Honorable members, at the break, we were debating a compendium of resolutions. I presume that we are now ready. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And good afternoon, Bahamas, and good afternoon to the world. No interruption in time. Madam Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the good, resilient people of Central Grand Bahama. Madam Speaker, people who are hardworking, entrepreneurial, and frankly, exhausted. Madam Speaker, they are tired of choosing between keeping the lights on and putting food on the table. They are tired of seeing their economic potential handicapped, Madam Speaker, by energy bills that for many have soared to a staggering $2,000 a month. Madam Speaker, to me this is very personal. Madam Speaker, I ran a small business in Grand Bahama, and less than 1,000 square feet. I pay over $3,000 a month for rent. And Madam Speaker, 1 month, my energy bill went to $2,000. That's not counting my staff, salary, inventory, and other expenses. That's power alone. And Madam Speaker, what is so bad about this was that a protest was called against the power company, who in addition to this was requesting to go even higher on those energy bills. Madam Speaker, I didn't look at politics, I look at people. I took the initiative on behalf of my people and myself, but many of the people who needed a voice to go and show up with the people to protest this atrocity. And Madam Speaker, believe it or not, I got in major problems. I got called out. I got beat up because of the fact that I went out there to protest against these high energy bills that was affecting not only me, but the common man in Grand Bahama. I was dragged over the court, Madam Speaker. I don't need to call names, but I was dragged over the court. Madam Speaker, to me, it was the right thing to do then, and supporting this bill is the right thing to do now. I was more than disappointed at the response because the blows that came after me, Madam Speaker, was not about why I went out there, but it was more about who I went out there with. The purpose, Madam Speaker, to me was more important than who I was with. The purpose was to help to fight for the people. But that was overlooked. But anyway, as it is, I've moved on, and I will continue to fight for the people. Madam Speaker, this resolution today before this Honourable House seeks approval for the government of the Bahamas, the government of the Bahamas, of which we are all a part of, to enter into a guarantee agreement. This guarantee will support the Grand Bahama Energy Company Limited, a special purpose vehicle wholly owned by the government, in its desire to borrow the sum of $280 million in total. This capital, Madam Speaker, is for the express purpose of acquiring all ordinary voting shares of the Grand Bahama Power Company. Madam Speaker, this is a heavy lift. We are talking about $280 million guaranteed to a consortium of banks led by Standard Chartered. But as I stand here today, Madam Speaker, I must ask the question, what is the cost of doing nothing? That is the salient question. We are saying we're borrowing $280 million, but how much would it cost us if we do nothing? The case, Madam Speaker, of energy sovereignty is my point. The primary benefit of this move, Madam Speaker, it is indeed rooted in the word sovereignty. For too long, Madam Speaker, the power to dictate our economic destiny has been held by overseas interests. By transitioning to a company incorporated under our Companies Act, we move from being a captive market to being masters of our own grid. Madam Speaker, we can finally prioritize the Bahamian consumer over foreign dividends. Decision can now be made based on what lowers the family bills in Lewis Yard or the shop owner like myself in Freeport. Madam Speaker, private entities often move slowly on renewables to protect existing fossil fuel assets. As a Bahamian-owned entity, we can aggressively pursue our God-given resources. We can supplement fossil fuel power with solar and wind, breaking our addiction to expensive, volatile imported oil. And we can see what's going on right now in the Middle East. Madam Speaker, we must look at our outlying communities, like where I'm from in Waterkey, East End, West End, Pindus Point. By implementing renewables microgrids, we can release the load from the general grid, increasing stability and reducing the cost of transmission and distribution across the island. I believe the Minister of Energy referred to T&D this morning. Madam Speaker, this move allows us to implement shore power at our cruise ports. And I remember coming in here some time ago when we talk about our carbon credit, and I talk about how annoyed I was when I would pass the cruise port in the morning and see all of those turbines on and the black carbon smoke being billowing into the air. And I made a suggestion that perhaps we should put some substations at our cruise ports as a revenue stream. And today I'm happy to see that the government is doing such. By installing substations and mandating that ships plug into our grid and turn off the generators, we create a massive new revenue stream while significantly reducing carbon emission in our ports. Madam Speaker, we are not reinventing the wheel here by doing this. I did my research, and we can look at Kauai in Hawaii, where the residents acquired their utility in 2002 to form a cooperative. Since then, they have become world leaders in renewable integration, launching the first utility-scale solar project battery facilities and achieving remarkable rate stability by shifting away from expensive diesel. Madam Speaker, another example, we see the Burlington Electrical Department in Vermont. As a municipally owned utility, they became the first city in the U.S. to source 100% of their electricity from renewable sources. This was not done by accident, Madam Speaker. It was done through local control and the mandate to serve the people and not the shareholders. Madam Speaker, we must be honest, however, about the challenges. This is indeed not a magic wand. It is a serious financial undertaking. The debt burden for $200 million liability is significant. If this company is not managed with clinical, apolitical precision, the debt falls squarely on the back of the Bahamian taxpayers. Madam Speaker, there is a fear that government-owned entities can become inefficient. I'm speaking to all of us. If we allow political interference to seep into the engine rooms, we will have traded a foreign monopoly for a domestic disaster. Madam Speaker, the acquisition is only the beginning. The grid requires constant modernization that will require capital far beyond this initial loan. Madam Speaker, we need to put safeguards in place. Ensuring transparency, Madam Speaker, per Section 43 of the Public Debt Management Act 2021, no guarantee involving financial liability shall be binding unless approved by this House. I will, Madam Speaker, further support this bill if we implement world-class management safeguards. We must, Madam Speaker, move beyond hope and into codified transparency. Madam Speaker, the board, I'm suggesting, one, that we have a management board. The board must be comprised of industry experts and engineers, not political appointees. Two, Madam Speaker, this company must lay its book before the House every quarter. Every dollar of that $280 million must be accounted for. Madam Speaker, three, the local ownership clause. Within 24 months, a portion of the shares, and yes, I'm Grand Bahama-centric, should be offered to the residents of Grand Bahama. First of all, let the people own the sun that powers their homes. Madam Speaker, we need an independent technical audit. Within the first 100 days, an independent firm must conduct a full audit of the existing asset to ensure we know exactly what we have bought. Madam Speaker, to my constituents in Central Grand Bahama, this move is about you. It's about ensuring that when the sun shines on our shores, it is lowering your bills and not just heating your roof. Madam Speaker, let us not just vote for a loan, let us vote for transformation. Let us ensure that this Grand Bahama Energy Company becomes a model for the region, managed with integrity, powered by the sun, and owned by the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker and members, I propose to ensure that we do, of course, ensure proper management of this company and to protect the Bahamian taxpayers from the financial liabilities incurred under Section 43 of the Public Debt Management Act. I therefore propose 4 pillars. Number 1, professional governance and management, independence. An apolitical board mandate. The board of directors, Madam Speaker, must consist of a majority of certified professionals in the fields of electrical engineering, renewable energy, and high finance performance-based tenure. Executive leadership, Madam Speaker, must clear KPIs tied specifically to the reduction of the base rate for consumers and the successful integration of renewable energy. And Madam Speaker, those KPIs should include the average cost per kilowatt hours, and I believe we spoke to that this morning. Tracking the actual reduction in the base rate for consumers to ensure that the bills move away, Madam Speaker, from that $2,000 that I personally experienced. Renewable energy penetration, measuring the percentage of total power guarantee generated from God-given resources like sun and wind versus fossil fuel. Speak to grid reliability, technical metrics that track down how often the power goes out and how long it stays out, especially in outlying communities served by the new microgrids. Debt to equity ratio, monitoring how efficiently the company is paying down that $280 million loan. Madam Speaker, with respect to carbon footprint, specifically tracking, this is not a KPI, specifically tracking the emissions saved by implementing the shore power mandate for cruise ship. By setting these clear, measurable targets, you ensure the company is properly managed and held accountable to the public rather than just operating in a vacuum. Madam Speaker, we also are to ensure statutory financial transparency. Quarterly parliamentary reviews, Madam Speaker. As a condition of the $280 million guarantee, the company should be required to table quarterly financial statement in this same House. 100-day technical audit within 100 days of the acquisition of the purchased shares. An independent international firm must conduct a full audit of the grid's physical assets to establish a baseline for modernization. Revenue diversification, again, I speak to the shore to ship power. Madam Speaker, I'm also calling for some revenues to be ring-fenced. All revenues, Madam Speaker, generated from coal ironing or ships connecting to the grid should be legally ring-fenced to service that loan, debt, and fund the development of renewable microgrids in outlying community. And pillar number 4, national empowerment through ownership. The people's IPO, Madam Speaker, is what I want to speak to next. Within 24 months of the takeover, the government shall initiate a share offering program, or even before, and make sure that we have local priority. Preference to share acquisition should be given to residents and businesses of Grand Bahama, ensuring that those who pay the bill also owns the utility. Madam Speaker, this summary ensures that we are not just borrowing money, but building a legacy of accountability for the people of Grand Bahama. And again, as usual, I'll be under 15 minutes. Madam Speaker, I totally support this initiative, as I've had personal experiences and grievances over the suffering that we are undertaking in Grand Bahama unnecessarily. And it was just so sad that the position I was put in by standing up, but later on, I went with a different crowd, and the response was different. There are certain things you cannot politicize. When it comes to the betterment of our people, put our political differences aside, come together. Don't worry about the faces in the crowd. Worry more about the purpose for which you are there. And the purpose I was there was to bring relief to the people of Grand Bahama. And, Madam Speaker, I am a family islander, and I will say this, as is in the news today, I support the post office banks being open in these family islands. It is certainly necessary. It is a necessary. It is a necessary function for the survival of most of our outlying family island communities. I know that's not on the table today, but I just want to put it out there that I support these post office and banks. And Madam Speaker, having said that, Central Grand Bahama supports the government purchasing Grand Bahama Power Company, or the loan.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Tall Pine.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I, too, while on my feet, would like to commend the member of Central Grand Bahama for his guts to stand up with the people of Grand Bahama during a difficult crisis. I know he paid dearly for that, but at the end of the day, all of us in Grand Bahama appreciate not only you, but all who stand firm as it relates to that power increase that was being proposed by the power company. I can distinctly remember when I was the Minister for Grand Bahama, when the power company turned off the lights in our schools. I almost fall out because you never heard of such a thing. But they made a point. They disconnected services to our schools. And if I didn't intervene, they were going to our hospital. It was a sad day in Grand Bahama. And we have come a long way. Today, debating a resolution to take over that facility, which is a long time coming. Madam Speaker, this afternoon, I remain grateful to God and the people of Tall Pines for this wonderful opportunity to serve. During the last 4 years, we have faced many challenges as a people, but with God's grace, focused, steady leadership, we have weathered many storms, accomplished much during our term in office, but I will be the first to admit we still have a lot more to do. I believe that these 5 pieces of resolutions before us today will certainly add to the progress we are making as an administration and demonstrate to the Bahamian people that even in the twilight of the general election, we are still working on their behalf. Madam Speaker, during the next part of our journey, with the support of the Bahamian people, we in the Progressive Party intend to continue our vision, to work hard and smart to improve lives and livelihoods of Bahamians across our archipelago, and to let them know that we are committed and we are happy to serve. Madam Speaker, yesterday I read in one of the dailies with great concern about a disabled patient at the Princess Margaret Hospital who was denied sign language interpreter while receiving medical care. If these allegations are true, this is certainly a violation of the Persons with Disabilities Act, and the PHA must address this matter with a sense of urgency. I assure the general public that this is not a Ministry of Health and Wellness policy at any of our healthcare institutions. After preliminary investigations, the PHA has released a press statement clearly outlining their findings, and I encourage every Bahamian to read it. Madam Speaker, while on my feet, I would also like to take this opportunity to announce to the general public that effectively April the 1st, 2026, by way of the Health Services COVID-19 General Amendment Rule 2026, my ministry would lift the mandatory mask mandate at all healthcare facilities across the nation. This amendment will revoke Rule 9 of the 2021 Health Services COVID-19 rule in alignment with the country's public health policy and recommendations from the Pan American Health Organization. I must admit that this ruling was a long time coming, but in the abundance of cautions coming out of the pandemic and the increased instances of flu-like viruses, the program maintained. And finally, we are here today where the mask mandate would be lifted on April the 1st, 2026, which means to the general public, you don't have to enter our healthcare facilities with a mask. But it's still your choice. If you want to wear one, it's up to you. But ultimately, it is no longer a rule. Madam Speaker, healthcare workers are the backbone of the healthcare system. And we cannot thank them enough for the work that they are doing, because many of them go beyond the call of duty, sacrifice their families, their well-being, to ensure health and safety for patients throughout our public healthcare system. Today, I commend them and I encourage them, along with the Bahamian people, that we are grateful for the contributions you have made and will continue to do in the future. Madam Speaker, I lend my full support to the 5 resolutions before us in this honorable House, and to say that the land bills, the health bills, and the energy bills all will make positive contributions to the growth and development of our country. The member for Pine Ridge clearly outlined the details of the 2 resolutions to borrow $280 million, which I believe will help Grand Bahamians from West End to East End. It would also create the potential for business in the industrial sector, because when I served as the Minister for Grand Bahama, there were billions of dollars of potential investment in the industrial sector that were quickly dropped simply because of the cost of electricity. Upgrading the power grid is absolutely essential for Grand Bahama, and improving the reliability of the service across the island is also a must. But today, because of time constraints, Madam Speaker, I intend to focus my attention on the health-related resolution that speaks specifically to the amendment which seeks to expand the government's guarantee under the existing credit agreement between the Public Hospitals Authority and a group of banks led by CIBC Caribbean Bahamas Limited. The Public Hospitals Authority is the statutory body responsible for the Princess Margaret Hospital, the Rand Memorial Hospital, and Sandlands Rehabilitation Center. And Section 43 of the Public Debt Management Act 2021 requires prior approval of this House before any guarantee involving financial liability can bind the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. This amendment builds on the resolution previously approved by this honorable House, which facilitated a $75 million loan to support funding for the completion of the Freeport Health Campus, repairs and upgrades at the Princess Margaret Hospital, the expansion of clinical service and capacity, and improvements to public safety and care environments. Today, my ministry is back to this honorable House, this time asking for the approval to increase that facility by $34 million. This additional commitment will allow the PHA to expand the hospital services space with a direct purchase from Doctors Hospital, Harborside Medical Hospital. Madam Speaker, presently we are navigating a public health system that has legacy issues dating back as far as 25 years ago, and is currently under strain brought on by a sicker Bahamian population, the increased instances of chronic non-communicable diseases, especially with many of these patients presenting to the accident emergency over and over again because of failure to be compliant with medication and essential follow-ups at our primary health care facilities. Madam Speaker, during the COVID-19 pandemic, all public hospitals were bursting from the seams, with patients in the corridors and in some instances literally in the elements. This was the healthcare system that I found coming to office. That is why, when the former Minister of Health speaks about the state of the Princess Margaret Hospital, he should bite his tongue. During his watch, little or nothing was accomplished. And the reality is, he nor any of the former FNM members who sit on the side opposite, who was a part of that administration, can point to anything tangible done at the Princess Margaret Hospital during the last term in office, after admitting to the inability to act. The former member for Elizabeth and Minister of Health now have all the answers to a broken system that he did little or nothing to do to fix while he sat in the chair. You know, this is like deja vu, because we have tapes after tapes of him clearly indicating how he failed as the Minister of Health in the last FNM administration. And the reality is, every moment he gets, he is on the airways speaking about how bad the hospital is, while he sat in the chair and did little or nothing about it. Madam Speaker, the truth of the matter is, healthcare should not be a political football. And when I sat as the shadow Minister of Health, I decided at that particular time that I would not attack a healthcare system that, should the Lord bless us with the opportunity to govern, I may be sitting in the chair. Search the history and see if Dr. Darville ever made derogatory remarks to a healthcare system that was struggling way before the former Minister of Health time in office. The truth of the matter is, we have simply outgrown the Princess Margaret Hospital years ago. This is compounded by legacy issues, and we are simply feeling the shocks on a system that, if not corrected, will eventually collapse. Today, the PMH continues to experience significant pressure from high patient volumes, sometimes 3 times its capacity, in an aging infrastructure brought on by health demands directly related to diseases of lifestyle. This amendment is necessary and timely, as this change the current arrangements with Doctors Hospital from a lease purchase agreement to a direct outright purchase of Harborside Medical Hospital. This strategic move by my ministry is part of a solution of expanding the country's public hospital space to accommodate long-awaited crucial renovations of the PMH kitchen, eye ward, eye theaters, and to make way for the new dialysis ward. Madam Speaker, we learned some hard lessons during the expansion and renovations of the Princess Margaret Hospital accident emergency. Trying to simultaneously renovate and operate a facility is a difficult thing to accomplish. This can result in poor clinical outcomes, long waiting times, congestion, staff frustration across the board. To be honest, this new approach that we are embarking upon to close wards and clinic spaces, along with the addition of essential bed spaces, give the PHA and my ministry the essential room to manage major renovations at the Princess Margaret Hospital while protecting patient safety without bringing care to a standstill. Madam Speaker, as communicated in my midterm budget communication, the Harborside Advanced Healthcare Hospital will provide approximately 46 inpatient beds, including 6 dialysis chairs. It will offer laboratory, pharmacy, diagnostic services, and function as an urgent care extension facility to the Princess Margaret Hospital, along with some of the other polyclinics that will follow suit. I did hear former Minister of Health on a talk show indicating that the move is a bad move. That's his personal opinion. He speaks about the facility will not have diagnostics and labs, and you'll have to carry blood from one facility to the next. Obviously uninformed, and obviously making a case that does not exist. Patients who are triaged from the Princess Margaret Hospital as an urgent care, which means they require timely medical attention, but are not experiencing life-threatening or critical conditions, will be transferred to Harborside Urgent Care Advanced Facility. This approach ensures that patients still receive prompt appropriate care while allowing newly renovated accident emergency department at the Princess Margaret Hospital to concentrate its resources on emergency cases, on accommodating medical staff, and increases capacity to handle more emergency cases. In addition, urgent care patients will be able to access the new Harborside Hospital directly, improving access, reducing congestion at our main hospital in New Providence. Madam Speaker, at the Princess Margaret Hospital, we are about to begin the long-awaited renovations for the kitchen, the children's ward, the eye wards, the new dialysis unit, and address the operational systems at our operating theater that has suffered from an issue with the flooring for many years. As we continue essential upgrades at the Princess Margaret Hospital, the need for additional safe space is necessary, and Harborside will provide the essential critical space for our patients in a clean, cost-effective healthcare environment. The purchase of the Harborside Hospital helps the government ensure patient and healthcare worker safety during renovations, provision of continuous services, and the ability to alleviate some of the demands of the Princess Margaret Hospital. Madam Speaker, this amendment also facilitates the establishment of the Public Hospitals Authority Academy, an allied healthcare academic institution within the Harborside Hospital. Training remains an essential pillar of our transformative healthcare agenda, and this institution will have already trained many Bahamians in allied healthcare services who are making positive contribution in the healthcare services, both at the tertiary, secondary, and primary healthcare level. Through the PHA Academy, we will strengthen clinical training for our nurses, doctors, allied healthcare professionals, provide continuing education and specialization, and the ability to partner with local and international universities and colleges to expand our healthcare workforce as we pursue to construct 2 new state-of-the-art hospitals in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We are investing not only in infrastructure, but we are also investing in people who will help to sustain and advance healthcare systems for years to come. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Wellness continue to advance major healthcare infrastructural projects across the country. And during the election campaign, I'll be speaking specifically about the extensive work we have done from Inagua all the way to Grand Key. During my midterm budget contribution, I also spoke about the progress of the first and second phase of the Freeport Health Campus, the proposed New Providence Specialty Hospital, and we are about to break ground on some new clinics tomorrow that will be in the news. And I'm so happy that after 4 years, we have completed and crossed the finish line, and the people in Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador will now have access to 21st century healthcare services as a direct result of policies put in place by this Davis-led administration. I'm also pleased to announce that in conjunction with the Department of the Environment, land preparation at the Papal Track site is progressing well. And you can rest assured, in the month of April, we will be breaking ground on that new hospital facility, and shortly after, you will begin to see shovel in the ground for the construction of that long-awaited tertiary healthcare facility. This proposed 200-bed environmentally sustainable medical campus was designed for infectious prevention and pandemic preparedness at the core, which include maternal child health wards, intensive care services for both mother and child, diagnostic laboratory service, same-day surgical suites, green spaces, and an expanded accident emergency department. And will also incorporate the country's first reference morgue to support any form of mass casualty, God forbid, will come our way. Once we break ground on this facility, we expect to have it completed between 30 and 36 months. Madam Speaker, with this resolution, the government is not borrowing for the sake of borrowing. I want to get that out there to the Bahamian people. We are borrowing as a direct result of a need to expand healthcare services and to improve healthcare delivery in New Providence and by extension the entire country. It is using structured financing to advance essential public works. And this is what the country needs. This amendment is brought in accordance with the provision of the Public Debt Management Act 2021, which requires Parliament's approval for any government guaranteed involving financial liability. This ensures transparency, accountability, and proper oversight. When I presented this in the midterm budget, I spoke specifically about a lease purchase agreement. This time, it's an outright buy from Doctors Hospital, which means that we have to come to this place to get the guarantee. The government's role as a guarantor provides assurance to the lending institution while enabling the Public Hospital Authority to access financing required to carry out this mandate. The people of the Bahamas want safe, accessible, equitable care in modern healthcare facilities. And this is what this resolution is attempting to do. They want to know that when they or their loved ones need medical help, the system would be ready, well-oiled, and modernized to be able to accomplish their needs. This amendment, this amended resolution helps us to continue to move in a positive direction for healthcare infrastructural improvements. It addresses immediately capacity challenges, supports ongoing infrastructural upgrades, and strengthens the foundation for further growth and development in healthcare from Inagua to Grand Key. It also gives the government the legal authority to stand behind our mandate and to establish increased commitment to healthcare and put money where our mouth is. Madam Speaker, on coming to office, there was a section of the Princess Margaret Hospital completely neglected for 4 years. We had to move patients in close proximity to Doctors Hospital West, renovate those facilities, and bring those much-needed bed spaces on stream. The former government should hold their head in shame. The former government, who St. Barnabas was a part of, did nothing at the Princess Margaret Hospital. Nothing at the Princess Margaret Hospital. And have the nerve to stand to your feet and talk about healthcare reform. It is sad. It's a sad day in Jericho. It's a sad day. You should hang your heads down in shame to speak about healthcare in a tangible way. In a tangible way. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing more than you even attempted to do. Madam Speaker, this is the reason why Tall Pines support the healthcare resolution and the 5 resolution before us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Man, you're gonna be serious.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is again a privilege to be able to speak in this honorable place. It is a privilege to be able to serve the Bahamian people. It is a privilege to be able to serve the people of East Grand Bahama.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I saw the member for Tall Pines who got quite animated and took us all the way back to Jericho. Madam Speaker, the people of Grand Bahama are still waiting for the RAN to be fixed. The people of Grand Bahama are still waiting for the RAN to have all of the medication it requires. The people of Grand Bahama are still waiting for the morgue to be fixed. So, Madam Speaker,
It's their favorite line, shortly. So,
I rise to contribute to this debate on the two, or there are five, but I will focus my remarks on the two that relate to Grand Bahama, which, taken together, commit the Bahamian people to some $280 million. Under Resolution 1, Madam Speaker, I am sure you are just so happy to see the member from Marco City. But, Madam Speaker, under Resolution 1, the government creates a special purpose vehicle wholly owned by the government. And I think I will address that at a later point in the presentation, but the government creates a special purpose vehicle which is wholly owned by the government to acquire the shares of the Grand Bahama Power Company. That entity, when authorized to borrow $200 million from a consortium of banks led by Standard Chartered. Under Resolution 2, that same entity is authorized to borrow an additional $80 million from the Royal Bank Bahamas Limited for what it describes as a capital expenditure and working capital. In both cases, Madam Speaker, the government of the Bahamas stands behind these borrowings, guaranteeing payment in full, which is why we are here today approving the government guarantee. But what we are left with is the Bahamian people are being asked to borrow $280 million in debt. Madam Speaker, in 2023, this government created a formal policy framework governing government guarantees. It was a document that was created by this government, and it was also tabled by this government. The policy framework is designed precisely to add a check to the government's exposure on public finances. In other words, Madam Speaker, if the government is going to approve or if the government is going to give a guarantee, the law says you must go through this process in order for you to approve it. And the document is extensive. It speaks to a debt management committee. It speaks to the process the debt management committee must go through. It speaks to what the debt management committee must consider in going through this process. It speaks to the risk. It speaks to giving the advice. It is an extensive process that the Debt Management Committee, which rests with the Ministry of Finance, it is an extensive process that the Debt Management Committee should go through in order for the government to approve whether it is going to give a government guarantee or not. So even before we get to Parliament, the law prescribes a process that any potential government guarantee should go through. And that is the law that actually was tabled. It was approved, and it was tabled by this government in this place. 2023. A process that every government guarantee should go through before it is approved. This is a policy that the PLP government put in place in 2023. It was done to comply with the law the FNM put in place when we were in office. That policy document, this policy document that I have here, the government guarantees are, the policy document, and I'm paraphrasing it, the policy document says the government guarantees are not to be issued lightly. They must be subject to rigorous financial analysis. They must assess the fiscal risk, repayment capacity, contingent liability exposure, and critically, they must be reviewed through the debt management framework of the government. It must go through this process, and it must be assessed through this process, and a report should be prepared for the government in order for it to be approved. Madam Speaker, under the Public Debt Management Act, the government's own policy guarantees of this magnitude are expected to be scrutinized, as I said, by the Debt Management Committee, assessed for fiscal stability and sustainability, evaluated against the government debt strategy. So, Madam Speaker, I have to ask, because the member for Cat Island presented, the member for Pine Ridge presented, I have to ask, where is the analysis that should have been done? Where is the analysis? That analysis, it would be very useful for the House to see that analysis before we approve it.
The 120 million.
Was that analysis even done?
The same place.
Where is the report, Madam Speaker? Where is the advice of the Debt Management Committee? This is not a suggestion, but this was done out of compliance with the Debt Management Act as to what must happen before the government agrees to give a government guarantee. Because, Madam Speaker, if the government is following its own policy and following the law, and it must, then that committee would have, one, reviewed the $280 million exposure. It would have assessed the risk to the public finances. It would have determined the impact on debt sustainability, and it would have advised the government accordingly. And if that work has been done, then there is absolutely no reason why it is not made public today. There's no reason why the member for Cat Island would not have presented that analysis, that report, to back up all of the chairs of approval. Why was that analysis not tabled here today? Why was that analysis not tabled by the member for Pine Ridge? Madam Speaker, we are therefore, and I say this without hesitation, I say this clearly, we demand that the report of the Debt Management Committee be tabled in this place. The people of Grand Bahama deserve to see the analysis that was done. The people of Grand Bahama deserve to see the compliance of the law before you make the approval. Because that was what the Debt Management Act was set up for. That is what, before you come to this place, you must go through that process. And the people of Grand Bahama deserve to see the analysis. Table the report, table the analysis that supports these guarantees, and let the Bahamian people see the basis upon which the $280 million of their exposure is being approved. Madam Speaker, we cannot just blindly do this, but there was checks and balances that the law puts in place before any funds of this magnitude can be guaranteed. So we must ask the question. We must demand to see the report. We must demand to see the analysis before we are given an approval of this magnitude. Madam Speaker, so when a government comes asking for approval of guarantees, but does not present the underlying analysis, that is not consistent with good governance, that is not consistent with its own policy, and it is just simply not acceptable. Madam Speaker, we are being asked to approve $200 million to acquire the shares in this company. But nowhere in these resolutions are we told that there is, in fact, a final deal. The employees were told just yesterday that there is no final deal. They were given an email that said, we heard about what the resolutions that are coming in the House of Assembly. We heard that the resolutions will be debated, but there is no final deal. Talks are still progressing. So, Madam Speaker, is there a final deal? Because we are being asked to approve funds upon the basis that there is a deal, but the government has not said that there is a final deal. So we ought to be clear on that. We ought to know that if we are approving this, is there a deal in place? If the deal is in place, then table it. Because we ought to know it. Before we give an approval to approve a $280 million, before we agree to sign the check for $280 million, we should at least know, one, there is a deal, and we should at least know what is in that deal. We should know what the purchase price is. We should know how it was valued, how the company was valued. How did you arrive at a $200 million price, if that is in fact the price? Because no one here has said what the price is. We are jumping up and down. We are excited. We are approving the purchase of the Grand Bahama Power Company, but nobody could say how much we're purchasing it for. Nobody can say what the deal entails. Nobody can say whether liabilities are included or not included. Nobody can say what assets are included or not included. So we are getting excited. We are being asked to approve the check, to sign the check, but we do not know what the deal is. We don't know what's being purchased. We don't know what the purchase price is, what the liabilities are. I believe it is completely unacceptable for the government to present these resolutions without saying, one, there is a deal, without saying what the deal is. Table the, even if you were to table the memorandum of understanding. We called upon them when they made that announcement to table the memorandum of understanding. They said there's a memorandum of understanding. They said they have the intention on purchasing. But no one yet has been able to say there is, in fact, a deal. No one yet has been able to say what the amount is that we are seeking to purchase this for. Do we even know that $200 million is enough to purchase? Do we know $200 million is, whether it's far higher or far lower? We don't know. So how can we be asked to approve it and we just do not know the facts, Madam Speaker? What due diligence, Madam Speaker, was conducted? We are being asked to approve the financing of a transaction. We are being asked to approve the financing of a transaction without being told the terms of the transaction. We are being, and I say that, Madam Speaker, again, we are being asked to approve the financing of a transaction without being told the terms of that transaction itself. Madam Speaker, Grand Bahama is in a hurricane zone. When the next storms come, not if they come, but when they come, unfortunately, will a government-owned entity have the capital to respond immediately, the international connections to mobilize crews, and the logistic capacity to restore power quickly? Or will the Bahamian people be left waiting longer? Grand Bahamians also need to understand and to know this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we also here, and we live in Grand Bahama. Myself, the member for Marco City, the member for Central Grand Bahama, the member for Pine Ridge, we all pay those high power bills. We all pay them. And we all, I know all of us on this side, marched in protest in the front of the power company and in the front of the Port Authority in protest of those bills. We all marched in protest of those bills.
What's your point? What's your point? What's your point? What is your point? What is your point?
But, Madam Speaker,
What is your point?
let us deal with this from a financial point of view.
Yeah.
This $280 million
Clowns a little moved out.
must be repaid.
Moved out.
This doesn't solve Grand Bahama's challenge,
Moved out.
which is we need more development to also bring the rates lower. In fact, the president at the time, the president of the Chamber of Commerce in Grand Bahama made this point when the announcement was made about the Memorandum of Understanding. He said one of the main problems to bring the rate down was more development that needed to happen in Grand Bahama. We also need more efficiency and the use of LNG and renewables. Does the deal, whatever that deal is, or whenever that deal is made, is renewables and LNG guaranteed to be a part of that deal? And if there is subsidies that will need to be made, that is still the Bahamian people paying, just in a different way. So what are the details of the development plan? Because we don't know the deal. We don't know the terms of the deal. But we also do not know the development plan. We do not know what, from day one, if the government decides that they're going to purchase the Grand Bahama Power Company, what next? What then? Before we decide to purchase this, shouldn't we also know what the development plan is? Shouldn't we also know, moving forward, what the government's plan is going to be? How can we be asked to fund, that's my car key, yeah. How can we be asked to fund this if we don't know what the plans are moving forward? Madam Speaker, we must ask also a very important question. Why now? We are entering an election season, and history has shown us that decisions rushed at this time without full scrutiny do not end well. They do not end well, Madam Speaker. So before proceeding, the government, I believe, should do what we say is the reasonable and the responsible thing. Take this to the people. You calling an election in a couple of weeks? Seek a mandate. Let the Bahamian people decide if this is the direction that they support, but more importantly, let them decide whether you are the people who they want to do this. Let the Bahamian people decide that. Let the Bahamian people decide whether you are the people who should take this forward. Because, Madam Speaker, a decision of this magnitude should not be done without full disclosure and full clarity. And we on this side demand it.
Yes, sir.
We demand it, Madam Speaker. The people of Grand Bahama and the Bahamian people as a whole, we on this side, we demand it, but the people of Grand Bahama and the Bahamian people as a whole deserve nothing less, Madam Speaker. They deserve nothing less. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, when in Grand Bahama at the Grand Bahama Business Outlook, presented to the people of Grand Bahama what appeared to be one model of funding, a model driven by private investment, by Bahamian participation, by capital markets stepping forward. But this is not the model contained in these resolutions. These resolutions confirm something entirely different. These resolutions do not speak about private investment. They speak of government-guaranteed borrowing and 100% government ownership. But when the Prime Minister was in Grand Bahama, he spoke of a different model. He spoke of a private investment model, the model that the member for Central Grand Bahama spoke about, the model that to some extent is being presented in BPL. But this is not what that model is. So when the Prime Minister speaks about private capitals, but brings a structure that requires $280 million in government guarantees, we must ask, why is the government carrying the risk if there is truly a private opportunity? The member for Marco City spoke to this. Where is the model of private Bahamian participation which we all can support? We all, I believe, can support a model where the ordinary Bahamian can buy into and become owners of the Grand Bahama Power Company. We all can buy into that. We all can support that, Madam Speaker. But that is not this model. That's not what is contained in the resolutions. So, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, this is where we must also demand real answers from the government. This administration has made promise after promise in Grand Bahama. In 5 years, it's been 5 years. They canceled the Royal Caribbean deal, hotel deal. They promised a better deal, but the hotel has not been delivered. The hotel is in a worse position than it was in when they first came to office.
That's right.
Madam Speaker, it has been 5 years. They promised a brand new airport. In fact, if we listen to them, the airport would have been finished by the first quarter of last year. But they promised a brand new airport. Not only has the airport not been completed, but it hasn't even been started.
South Central.
It has not even been started, Madam Speaker. It has been 5 years, Madam Speaker, and they promised a new hospital. They canceled the 4-story tower. but yet they have not delivered. They are nowhere near being able to deliver on a completed new hospital, while the people continue to suffer with the limited Rand Memorial Hospital. They claimed over $300 million from the Grand Bahama Port Authority, and your claim was dismissed. And you still have not told the people what happens next for the Grand Bahama Port Authority and for Freeport. What is the plan moving forward for them? So before, Madam Speaker, taking on a $280 million obligation, the Bahamian people are entitled to ask, why don't you just finish one thing first? Just finish one first. Just finish one thing that you promised first. Because Madam Speaker, the same $280 million could have fully funded a redevelopment and proper completion of the Rand Memorial Hospital, something Bahamians have been waiting for years to happen. So, Madam Speaker, we reiterate this. We reiterate this important point that we don't want to get lost in all of the back and forth. We reiterate our call for the government to table the MOU.
Yes.
Disclose all the options under consideration and present a clear plan of ownership, management, LNG integration, and implementation so that the people of Grand Bahama can properly evaluate whether the proposal serves their best interests, Madam Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Present the facts. Table the facts. Table the analysis from the Debt Management Committee, because I have my own beliefs as to whether that was done or not. I have my own beliefs as to whether that was done or not. But if it was done, if you say it was done, table it. Let us see what the analysis is. And Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, just finish one thing in Grand Bahama. Where there's the airport, where there's the hotel, the hospital, the morgue. Just finish one. Just finish one. They committed to doing these. They committed to doing all of these before the general election. The general election is in a couple of weeks. Finish one.
Finish one. That's one.
Just finish one, Madam Speaker.
Finish nothing.
So, Madam Speaker, to all of the people in East Grand Bahama, from Sweetingski to McLeanstown to Waterkey, going all the way to Rocky Creek, Pelican Point, High Rock, Freetown, coming all the way over the bridge,
Yes, sir.
Arden Forest, Lincoln Park, Lincoln Green, Lady Lake, all of Midshipman Roll, Madam Speaker, all of Smiths Point, Maidatown, all of Arden Forest, all of Coral Gardens. Okay, I said Arden Forest. Arden Forest is a big area. They deserve to be recognized twice. But also, Madam Speaker, we are presenting, Madam Speaker, ourselves again to be re-elected. And I want to also, Madam Speaker, commend the leader of Her Majesty's opposition, the Member of Parliament for Marco City, Madam Speaker, who laid out a comprehensive plan for the Bahamas' renewal. He laid out a comprehensive plan, Madam Speaker, about how all of us on this team work for you and work for the people of the Bahamas. And I want to commend him and commend the entire team, Madam Speaker, for presenting what by far was one of the best campaign launches in our history, Madam Speaker. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmani. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Carmichael.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, honorable members, Bahamians everywhere, Carmichael. May the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O God, my strength and my Redeemer. Madam Speaker, I rise in this honorable house giving thanks to Almighty God, for it is by his grace and favor that we are here, entrusted with the responsibility to serve the Bahamian people. I am reminded, Madam Speaker, of the words in Proverbs 3, 5, and 6. Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. Madam Speaker, I express my sincere gratitude, as always, to my family, whose support and patience and understanding have made it possible for me to carry out the duties entrusted to me. I rise, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the wonderful people of Carmichael, whose confidence and trust made my presence in this honorable house possible. Just over 4 years ago, at a time when our country was under immense strain, when families were facing lockdowns, uncertainty, and hardship, the people of Carmichael chose a new day. They entrusted me with the responsibility to serve, to work, and to bring relief where it was needed most. In Carmichael, Madam Speaker, we have worked. We have worked alongside a committed team of volunteers, partners, and community members who have given of their time and energy to support others. Together, Madam Speaker, Team Carmichael has distributed hundreds upon hundreds of pounds of fresh fruits and vegetables through our weekly farmers market free of charge. Team Carmichael has organized community patrols to strengthen safety within our community. Team Carmichael has assisted the elderly residents with yard maintenance. Team Carmichael, Madam Speaker, has moved in excess of 250 derelict vehicles from our area and cleared many overgrown lots. My team, Carmichael, Madam Speaker, has implemented some flood mitigation measures in vulnerable areas and facilitated the cleaning of drainage wells. Team Carmichael, Madam Speaker, has provided direct assistance to families facing emergencies. We have distributed clothing and household supplies as well. Team Carmichael continues to repair roofs and homes, and working alongside volunteers and partners, we have helped rebuild homes for residents who have suffered devastating fires. Team Carmichael, Madam Speaker, has supported job readiness initiatives and hosted job fairs that have resulted in hundreds of Bahamians securing employment. Team Carmichael, Madam Speaker, has been there to support families in Carmichael in good times and in bad times, and in tragic times, Madam Speaker. And I remember, of course, young Jaden Pinder, and of course, young Chanel Adley. And Madam Speaker, you know, we've had a lot of deaths in Carmichael, but we know through our God, he brings us through all of this. In times of rejoicing, Madam Speaker, when our very own Carter Ward of Gerald Cash Primary School emerged as the champion in the primary school spelling bee competition. In tragic times, Madam Speaker, we have lost many, but it is only through the grace and mercy of God that we were able to walk through the valley of shadow of death. Madam Speaker, all of this was made possible by our love for one another, our warmth, and our bond in Carmichael. Yeah. And I remain deeply grateful for the opportunity to serve and represent the people of Carmichael in this honorable house. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I also place on record my sincere and heartfelt thanks to my Progressive Liberal Party, to the officers of the branch, to the stalwarts, the councillors, the volunteers, the trustees, and the many supporters who continue to stand firm and pray for us to advance the progressive cause. I say thank you. To our flag bearer, Ricardo Bullard, thank you for holding up the PLP flag as a true warrior of our great party. Yes. Madam Speaker, this work requires a team. It requires commitment, sacrifice, and people who are prepared to give up themselves for the benefit of others. And the work we have been able to undertake in Carmichael and throughout our archipelago would not have been possible without our dedicated and committed teams. Madam Speaker, I am deeply grateful for the unwavering support and love shown to me, and by God's grace and mercy, I look forward to continuing the work with my PLP in service of the people of Carmichael and the wider Bahamian community. Madam Speaker, but that work has also been part of something larger. It has formed part of the mandate given to this progressive Liberal Party government by the Bahamian people, a mandate to bring relief, to restore dignity, and to deliver real and meaningful change. Under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Philip Davis, the mandate, Madam Speaker, has been clear, and it has been pursued with purpose. A mandate not simply to speak about challenges facing Bahamians, but to confront them directly and to deliver results. I am deeply grateful to my brave leader, the Honorable Prime Minister, for the opportunity to serve in his cabinet and to be part of a powerful team that is delivering real, measurable results. Without hesitation, Madam Speaker, we have witnessed unprecedented progress for our Bahamian people. This is the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, who understands that power is not to be observed, it is to be used. Used to bring relief, used to restore dignity, and to deliver justice where it has long been denied. The resolutions, Madam Speaker, before this Honourable House today are not isolated acts. They are part of a continuous, deliberate, and sustained program of work that this administration has pursued from day one. I stand here as Minister of Housing and Urban Renewal, a ministry brought together with purpose, aligning housing and community development, because this government understands, Madam Speaker, that building homes and rebuilding communities must go hand in hand. From the very beginning, we hit the ground running. Along with my State Minister, the Honourable Lisa Raming, Madam Speaker, we carried a baton in housing from the member of Elizabeth and in urban renewal from our beloved and departed brother, Obadiah Wilchcombe. And we did not pause. We took up the work. We confronted the issues. We laid the foundation. We built homes, and we began restoring communities. Madam Speaker, because that is what government does. We do not delay. We do not study problems to death. We do not pass them on. We act. We build. We develop. We support our communities, and we stand with those who need us most. During my tenure, Madam Speaker, as Minister, we have taken decisive action at every level. We amended the Housing Act. We established and strengthened the Urban Renewal Authority. We launched Clear Whole Bill initiative to bring order, safety, and structure in our communities. We moved against derelict properties across urban areas. We expanded urban renewal and oversaw its growth. We supported the Bahamas Mortgage Corporation and expanded access to financing. We entered into public-private partnerships to leverage private sector efficiencies, and for the first time in many years, we restarted the government's self-build program, ensuring that Bahamians could access housing at the lowest possible cost. Madam Speaker, across this country, the results are visible. Communities are being restored. Families are gaining access to housing, and for the first time in a long time, Bahamians can see a government that is not speaking about change, but delivering it. That, Madam Speaker, is progress. We have built homes across our family islands, in Eleuthera, in St. Salvador, in Grand Bahama, and in Abaco, and of course here in New Providence. We have delivered real, tangible developments. Renaissance at Carmichael, at Dignity, Fire Trail Close, infill housing across various communities, and also commenced our development of premier estates at Adastra in Papal Tract. Yes. Madam Speaker, I pause and say something specifically to the people of Carmichael. I made a commitment in 2021 that there would be more government-built homes in Carmichael. Not promises, not drawings, not speeches, Madam Speaker, but actual homes. And, Madam Speaker, I am very proud that under this Davis administration, we have been able to deliver exactly that through our newest government-built subdivision at Vinspin Meadows off St. Vincent Road in Carmichael. This, Madam Speaker, is indeed progress. Madam Speaker, I invite anyone and especially the people of Carmichael, to go and take a look. Go and see what this administration has done. These are not makeshift units. They're not globes. These are well-built, well-finished homes in a beautiful community. These homes have been built, Madam Speaker, by Bahamian small contractors. They are fitted with hurricane impact windows, upgraded shingles, and quality finishes that reflect the very dignity every Bahamian family deserves. This is what, Madam Speaker, delivery looks like. This is what it means when a government makes a commitment and keeps it. Families from Carmichael and beyond are now being given the opportunity to purchase homes in a proper government-built community, built to a standard that any Bahamian can be proud of. Yes. And that matters, Madam Speaker, because for too long, people were offered announcements. Under this administration, they are actually being offered keys. Madam Speaker, the homes at Vinspin Meadows, like those at Renaissance, those at Pinecrest, Ocean Hole, and elsewhere, stand as proof of what this administration has done. These are not promises. These are homes built and delivered, Madam Speaker, to Bahamian families. That is progress, and it is important now that we examine the difference between that record and the record of those opposite. In 2017, Madam Speaker, members opposite came to office with full, absolute control of the government. They had the authority, they had the machinery, and they had the time. And on housing, not by accident, not by oversight, but by direct action, they dismantled the government housing construction program. They did not believe in the government building homes. They stopped it. And as a result, the result is there for everyone to see. For 5 years, Madam Speaker, not one government-built home was delivered. Not one. Wow. And in doing so, they made the shortage worse. They did not merely fail to build, they removed one mechanism that was building. Now, Madam Speaker, let's fast forward. After leaving office, we began to hear a different tone. In 2024, members opposite are now speaking of a housing revolution. And what is that revolution? It was not the government building homes. They spoke of government taking land and placing it into hands of private structures, real estate investment trusts, investors, boards. That was their idea. That was their plan. Now today, we are hearing something else once again. The language has changed. The explanation has shifted. Now it is simply that the private sector will build. And at the same time, the numbers, Madam Speakers, keep changing. First, it was 1,000 homes. Then they said they will build 1,500. Now today, they say they will build 5,000 homes in their next term. But Madam Speaker, zero, none. But Madam Speaker, listen to this. The Honourable Member for St. Anne's is quoted as saying, I think we are targeting roughly 1,000 homes to 2,000 homes in the country each year. If we take his points, Madam Speaker, it means that they propose to build 10,000 homes.
Wow.
So, Madam Speaker, they never build one.
Not one.
This is that's an administration that they build none, zero, zilch, no house.
They even have an example?
And so, Madam Speaker, is the plan still to place government land into these private arrangements? Or is the plan now simply to hand over Bahamian land to people unknown to the public, but very well to them, and ask the country to trust somehow that this will work? Because this is exactly what it sounds like. Not a plan, not a program, no accountability. Madam Speaker, when I look at this is a plan, or is this simply politics? Because when they had the power, they did not build nothing. When they left office, they brought ideas. When the ideas were questioned, they brought numbers. And when the numbers could not be explained, they even brought bigger numbers. Madam Speaker, that is not a housing plan, that is politics. Now, if they finally see the light, then thanks they must be seen to know what we are talking about. But the Bahamian people must ask themselves, what light are they now seeing? Is it the light of conviction, or is it the bright light of election season? Because there's a difference. One produces headlines, the other produces homes. And that is why, Madam Speaker, this administration stands on completely different grounds. We are not talking about housing. We are building housing. Homes you can see, homes you can touch, homes that Bahamian families have moved in. Homes standing in communities across our country as proof. While others talk, this government delivers. That is why, Madam Speaker, that is why the choice is not between one promise and another. It is between those who stopped building and those who started again. It is between those who talk about housing and those who are actually delivering homes for Bahamian families. Madam Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I now turn to the resolutions before the Honourable House, beginning with the land at Pitt Road in New Providence. Yes. Madam Speaker, Pitt Road is not a new community. No. And Madam Speaker, I brought this map for everybody to see. This is Pitt Road here. And this is the cluster of homes, about 40 homes, eh? Right in this little cluster, a whole stack. But Madam Speaker, this is not a new community. It is a historic one, shaped over the years, Madam Speaker, by hard-working Bahamian families who built their homes there. Yes. Madam Speaker, it is a community that did not benefit from formal planning at its inception, and as a result, it developed into a manner that is unstructured. But, Madam Speaker, it is important that we are clear. This is not a community without pride. These are not people without care. These are Bahamians who have done the best they could with what they had over time. Yes. Madam Speaker, what we see at Pitt Road is not a failure. What we see is resilience. But resilience alone, Madam Speaker, is not enough. It must now be supported by structure, by planning, and by the protection of the law. This government, Madam Speaker, has already laid the legislative foundation to address these kinds of issues. Through comprehensive land reform, including the framework for land adjudication and registration, we are moving toward a system that provides clarity, certainty, and finality in land ownership all across this country. But, Madam Speaker, we have been clear that reform alone is not sufficient. The Bahamian people cannot be asked to wait while systems evolve. Where intervention is required, this government, this PLP administration will intervene. The resolution before this House represents such an intervention. It is a deliberate step to bring these lands under the control of the Ministry of Housing so that the process of regularization and improvement can begin in an orderly and lawful manner. And, Madam Speaker, I must commend and acknowledge the work of the Honourable Member of Parliament for Fort Charlotte, the Honourable Alfred Sayers. Madam Speaker, in many respects, when we look at Pitt Road and the cluster of homes, over 40 homes right in this area here, right? This is going to be some sort of a pilot because now you have persons actually occupying these homes. And so you would see, Madam Speaker, we compulsory required a large tract of land which is vacant land. And this area where there's massive cluster of homes. And so if we are able to develop and superimpose a proper planned subdivision, we are able to construct in this area here, which is vacant, and be able to move the persons into these homes from this area as we demolish this area. And, Madam Speaker, what is significant about this government is that we started the rent-to-own program. The rent-to-own program. And so it isn't where we're going to do anything which is prohibitive for anyone. Everyone would be able to afford new dwellings with running water, healthy environment, Madam Speaker, light, and a very clean, well-presented community. This is what we are doing started by the minister here, Minister Alfred Sayers, in Fort Charlotte, Madam Speaker. This is what progress looks like. And you know, Madam Speaker, there are other communities across this country that face similar circumstances. Communities that have grown over time without formal planning, where families live without title, and where infrastructure has not kept pace with development. And what we are demonstrating today, Madam Speaker, is that this government is not afraid to do the hard work. We are not afraid to confront complexity, as with the Grand Bahama Port Authority. We are not afraid to engage difficult issues. And we are not prepared to leave problems untouched and unimproved. Madam Speaker, through this process, we will work with the residents of Pitt Road to regularize occupation, to improve planning, and to ensure compliance with building standards. We will address matters of access, drainage, and fire safety. We will bring order where there has been informality and certainty where there has been uncertainty. Because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, this is about improving the lives of Bahamians. Yes. And that is the work that this government is committed to doing. Real progress, Madam Speaker, for real Bahamians. Yes. Madam Speaker, I now turn to Georgetown, Exuma. These lands comprise 2 parcels, both situated in Georgetown, in the very area where Bahamians live, work, and raise their families. And that point must be clearly understood. Housing over there, Madam Speaker, is not simply about land in the abstract. It is about access to land in places where people actually need and want to live. Undoubtedly, Madam Speaker, Exuma is no doubt on the move. Everything in Exuma is booming, Madam Speaker. New roads, new utilities, new airports, new opportunities. This PLP government, Madam Speaker, is now guaranteeing that we do not leave any Bahamian behind over there in Exuma. That's right. But one of the challenges, Madam Speaker, facing islands like Exuma is the nature of the land tenure itself. A significant portion of the land of the island is commonage land. While historically important, commonage land cannot be sold or mortgaged. And what that means, Madam Speaker, in practical terms, is that many Bahamians cannot convert their interest in the land into something that supports real ownership, real financing, or real opportunity. Madam Speaker, but that is only one part of the problem. There is also the issue of cost. As Exuma grows, land values rise, demand increases, and what we are now seeing is that the cost of land in many areas is being placed beyond the reach of ordinary Bahamians. Families who live and work on that island are finding it harder and harder to access land that they can't afford. And there, of course, Madam Speaker, is the question of availability. It is not simply whether land exists. It is whether land is available in the areas where people actually live their lives close to their work, close to their families, and within their communities. Madam Speaker, we are dealing with 3 realities: constraints of tenure, constraints of affordability, and constraints of availability. And if we do nothing, Madam Speaker, those constraints will become barriers. Yes. Barriers that keep Bahamians out of ownership, barriers that keep Bahamians out of opportunity, and barriers that keep Bahamians out of the growth of their own island. Madam Speaker, this cannot be acceptable to any government. Not to this government, at least, not to this Prime Minister, and not to the Member of Parliament for Exuma and Ragged Island. And of course, not to this progressive, liberal party that believes that Bahamians must be owners, participants, and most of all, Madam Speaker, beneficiaries in the development of this country. Madam Speaker, and so we act. Through these resolutions, we are moving to transfer lands, 2 parcels of land in Georgetown, to the Minister of Housing so that they can be developed in a structured and deliberate manner. And Madam Speaker, I have the plan. Madam Speaker, that we propose to do in Exuma, and you will see it's well plotted out. It is a conditional plan for the subdivision, and you could see all of the lots. You can see the green spaces. And so, Madam Speaker, this is what you call progress in action. Yes. This, Madam Speaker, this, Madam Speaker, is land that will be properly titled, land that can be financed, Madam Speaker, land that allows Bahamians to build, to own, and secure their futures. This is what progress looks like. This is not accidental, and it certainly is intentional. It is about ensuring that Exuma grows, as Exuma grows, Bahamians grow with it. It is about ensuring that opportunity is not reserved for a few, but extended to all of we. Madam Speaker, that is why the resolutions before this honorable House are so important. They are not standalone acts. They are part of the wider work of this Davis administration. They reflect the same approach that has guided us from the very beginning. Where there is disorder, we will bring structure. Where there is uncertainty, we will bring clarity. Where Bahamians have been left waiting, we will act. That is what these resolutions do, Madam Speaker, for Pitt Road and for Georgetown, Exuma. And that is what this government has been doing, Madam Speaker, across this country. Yes. Madam Speaker, when we ask the Bahamian people to choose progress, and we do so on the strength of our record, we came to office in difficult times, and we did not waste time making excuses. We strengthened the economy. We reduced the deficit. We cut VAT. We removed VAT from unprocessed foods. We extended the VAT exemption, Madam Speaker, program. We introduced the VAT rebate program for the first time homeowners building their homes. We increased real property tax exemption. We reduced customs duties. We brought real relief, Madam Speaker, for Bahamian families and to working people who needed a government prepared to ease the burden. Madam Speaker, we didn't stop there. We stood with Bahamian workers. We increased minimum wage. We concluded labor agreements. We delivered public sector raises. We expanded opportunities through training and employment support. We strengthened the National Training Agency and created more pathways for Bahamians to move forward with dignity. That is what choosing progress looks like. It means not just speaking about people, but putting more within their reach. This administration, Madam Speaker, has confronted the social consequences of crises and delay. We reopened our schools. We implemented programs to address the harm caused by the extended COVID closures. We introduced the breakfast program in our schools to ensure that our children begin the day with proper nutrition. Because a serious government, Madam Speaker, serious government understands that progress is not abstract. Progress is a child being back in the classroom. Progress is about a child being fed. Progress is about a family seeing a future again. Yes. Madam Speaker, we strengthened security, law and order. We passed legislation to strengthen our criminal justice system. We passed the court services legislation to provide greater autonomy for our courts. We advanced immigration reform. Yes. We enforced the law. We moved at record levels of deported unlawful immigrants. Yes. We addressed unregulated communities. We confronted difficult issues that others allowed to linger. This administration, Madam Speaker, did not run from hard problems. We faced them and we dealt with them. Madam Speaker, we moved with purpose on land, on housing, and community development. We advanced land reform. We delivered conveyance in hands. We regularized titles. We rebuilt and expanded the government housing program. We built homes. We restored communities. We expanded home repairs. We delivered subdivisions. We ensured, Madam Speaker, that Bahamians were not simply given announcements, but given the chance to own, to build, and to remove into real homes, into real communities, Madam Speaker. That is progress. And, Madam Speaker, beyond that, this administration invested into the physical future of our country. We paved hundreds, thousands of miles of roadways. We advanced flood mitigation in vulnerable communities. We improved infrastructure. We strengthened the electrical grid and moved this country toward renewables on the national grid. We built clinics and community centers. We are building hospitals, not one but two. and improving health care for our Bahamian people across this country, Madam Speaker, all across. There is evidence that this government has not simply occupied office, it has used office to improve the lives of every Bahamian. In tourism, this government has led the country to record-breaking numbers and secured investments across our islands. In transport, we expanded opportunities for Bahamians. In foreign affairs, we extended our reach and presence that the Bahamian continue to speak with clarity in matters of foreign affairs. In sports and culture, we passed our Junction Authority and our Cappers Act. Madam Speaker, on the environment, this government has spoken with clarity and conviction on climate justice, resilience, and the fair treatment of small island states, so much so that our very own Prime Minister is hailed by world leaders and organizations as the champion and the top leader on this course, and we are very proud of him, Madam Speaker. Yes. I'm wrapping up right now, Madam Speaker. That is why, Madam Speaker, these resolutions fit naturally within our record. They are not separate from our work. They are part of the work. Madam Speaker, so when the Bahamian people are called upon to choose, the choice is not between words and words like those over there. It is between the record of the Progressive Liberal Party and that of the Free National Movement. It is between a government, Madam Speaker, that has delivered and an opposition that now comes with changing promises and politics. It is between going back and choosing progress. Madam Speaker, we have shown who we are. We have shown how we govern. We have shown that when responsibility is placed in our hands, we use it to bring relief, to restore dignity, and deliver results. Yes. Madam Speaker, our work is not finished. The reforms must continue. Our communities must continue to be improved. The opportunities must continue, Madam Speaker, to be expanded, and the progress we have begun must be secured. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I say to the Bahamian people, clearly and directly, soon there will be a moment of choice, a choice between progress or going back, a choice between action or delay, a choice between a government that delivers and or a return to a time where problems were left to linger. We have shown, Madam Speaker, who we are. We have shown when trusted with responsibility, we use it to deliver. And so, Madam Speaker, the message is simple. Choose a government that builds. Choose a government that delivers. Choose a government that stands with its Bahamian people. Choose progress. Madam Speaker, by God's grace and mercy, we are ready to continue to work and we are ready to build on our progress. May God continue to bless Carmichael. May God continue to bless the Progressive Liberal Party, and may our God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Carmichael supports the resolutions. Madam Speaker, I would wish to table this in light of the significance of these resolutions. I would wish to table my communication.
Okay. Thank you, Honourable Member. What is the document we want?
Thank you. Good.
Thank you. What other document do lie on the table? As many? The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Anne's.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As the evening sets in, the end of the day ain't long now, Madam Speaker. As I begin, I saw you when I entered the House this morning, and I told you I had something for you. And what I have for you, Madam Speaker, is this very stylish, classic, one-of-a-kind, white hot, Madam Speaker. Hat, that's for you. I think that many are envious of our time together in the House. And at times, Madam Speaker, it has been white hot between us. You're You're welcome. You're welcome, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I rise on behalf of the great constituents of St. Anne's, I will give my contribution to the 5 resolutions presently before the House. And my theme, Madam Speaker, is that this administration has been aggressive. This administration has been aggressive in the House, aggressive with businesses, but still can't pay its bills. Aggressive with the truth. No surplus, no $120 million for the hotel. Aggressive with the seabed lease for Exuma and other areas. A seabed lease that only was stopped after residents that truly love the constituency they live in stood up and spoke out against it. Aggressive with the financial services industry, a record 2 years on the blacklist. The only areas they have not been aggressive with, Madam Speaker, are the things the people depend on them to handle. The prosecution of court cases in a timely manner. Some cases are dragging on for years, and by the time a case comes, some interested parties don't even know the trial has begun. A young boy.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
I'm quite sure that my former junior knows that the central government, the executive, has nothing to do now with trials because the judiciary, which is a separate arm of government, runs it, and the FNM happened to have made the office of the DPP, which prosecutes them, also independent of the executive.
Thank you very much, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, some cases are dragging on for years, and by the time a case comes, some interested parties don't even know the trial has begun. A young boy dies senselessly, but his killer goes unpunished. Other cases, files can't be found. A court complex, Madam Speaker, to Freetown's point, at the Rodney Bain site, announced by the Attorney General to begin in 2024. Hasn't even started yet, and we are now in 2026. They are aggressive with everything but what they should be aggressive with. The things they should be aggressive with, they aren't, Madam Speaker. The maintenance of roads in another area is another area they're not aggressive with. What happened? What happened to the multi-million-dollar budgeted for the Gladstone Road expansion corridor? Where'd that money gone? Instead of being aggressive by completing something for the public benefit, the public motorists pile up on Gladstone Road every morning on the way to work and every evening on the way home from work. Instead of being aggressive where they should be aggressive, like the maintenance and patching of potholes, Bahamians not only have to swerve around them at the last minute, some potholes are so permanent and deep that motorists look in, wondering what ecosystem is now living in there. What little town of Oompa Loompas or Chick-Charnies may have settled in. And while I'm on roads, does Just Results have anyone that can paint road markings on the roads? It's ridiculous. Take East Bay Street, for example, from Rawson Square to as far as the Sidney Poitier Bridge. There are no lines in the middle of the road, just open tar. How are police to determine fault if a traffic accident happens? It's ridiculous. They are aggressive in throwing opponents out of the House of Assembly, and in my case, forcing me into a SWAT car and detaining me at Central Police Station. But not aggressive enough in easing the cost of living, assisting more mothers through social services. The Minister of Social Services reported that cases are increasing of mothers from prostituting their young daughters. Is that not child prostitution? This term has been the biggest joke on the Bahamian people in the history of the country. Yet in this House, the ruckus got so loud this morning, it was hard to hear a person speak. Even the MP who hasn't come in or hasn't come clean on the $7 million in budget overspending at parks and beaches was making noise. It might have been only his 3rd visit this year, but he made enough noise to earn my vote not to come back. It felt like a disorderly classroom. It felt like a disorderly classroom with troublemakers, disrespecting the rules of the classroom. Detention for the lot of them, I say. But better yet, come election day, it won't just be a detention, Madam Speaker. The people will vote, and their vote will see to expulsion of the Davis-Cooper government. And good riddance, I say. As the saying goes, God don't like ugly. And what is coming to this administration, well, let me just say this, it ain't long now.
Yes, yes.
And before I move beyond the $7 million budget overspend by the Public Parks, Public Beaches Authority, imagine what each constituency could do with an extra $180,000 a year to actually make park improvements. $180,000 is essentially what you would have dividing $7 million by the 39 constituencies. I'm talking about equipment and amenities, not just the grass that gets whacked once a month. Even building new parks, like my constituents are asking for in Nassau East North. Did any park receive significant upgrades this term? I know the MP who runs Public Parks and Public Beaches Authority added a new pool to his constituency, but surely that wasn't at a cost of $7 million, was it?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
The difficulty with speaking of what you do not know is you can be unwittingly not accurate. Beaches and Parks is not responsible for the pool in Mount Moriah. That is a part of the community center, which is being done by the Ministry of National Security as a part of a number of community centers that have either been built or being built across this country, like the one in Centerville, like the one in Freetown. So just for St. Anne's edification, that is not a roads and parks project or pool.
Thank you, honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, in St. Anne's, without any money from the Public Parks and Beaches Authority and through prudent fiscal management of the capital grant money, we added a $70,000 park upgrade to the Sapphire Sunset Ridge Park in Polling Division 11, with the purchase and installation of brand new outdoor exercise equipment that many Bahamians are familiar with existing at the Charles Carter Park in Seabreeze. But before I go through what was done in St. Anne's, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my partners, the people of St. Anne's, the Franklin Bethels, the Roxanne Chipmans, the Kay Knowles, the Prescola Halls, the Doyle Burrows, the Devontae Thurstons, the Marcia Gibsons, the Elijah Knowles, the Philip Smiths, the Deborah Tricos, the Lana Davis, the Geraldine Lewises, Nurse Mins, formerly Jones, Anthony Woodsides, and Stephen Turnquests. The memory also of those we lost, like Michael Wells, the talented writer whose life was cut short because of his condition. Also, Michael Early Bird Cartwright and Ramona Farquharson. I'd also like to thank my other partners, being the congregations that welcomed me to pray with them. St. Anne's Anglican Church, Family Faith Ministries, St. Paul's Baptist Church, Mount Carey Union Baptist Church, St. Mark's Native Baptist Church, Ebenezer Methodist Church, Epiphany Anglican Church, St. George's Anglican Church, Bernard Road Church of God, Christ Church Cathedral, St. Matthew's Anglican Church, Evangelistic Temple, St. Francis Xavier Cathedral, and St. Agnes Anglican Church, to name a few. And entirely, Madam Speaker, all the residents that participated in our St. Anne's Constituency Community Service Saturdays, and those that have dedicated their lives to teaching kids to swim, to sail, giving life to the Bahamian life, and to all the mothers and fathers struggling to have food in the house that weren't too humble to ask for a food parcel from our constituency office when they needed it. It is with you, my partners, that we set out and succeeded with so many accomplishments this term. Accomplishments like the renovation of the Johnson Road basketball court, Madam Speaker. We have gel coat fencing there now, brand new basketball rims, backboards, brand new court surface, the Nassau East North Park, where we installed 2 lengths of the entire park's fence with privacy fencing due to concerns that pit bulls might interrupt and interfere with families enjoying the park from adjoining properties. We assisted with the cost of the fence at the Blair Park, Madam Speaker, all our constituents. At the Sapphire Sunset Ridge Park, not only did we install over $70,000 worth of outdoor exercise equipment, but we refurbished the benches, the children's slide, as well as the swing frame that is there. They are still in need, as I raised in the House last time during my member statement, in need of new swings. Those are the bare minimums, Madam Speaker, and that's what we could take care of under the constituency capital grant money. We also assisted constituents, Madam Speaker, with the Ocean Hole Park, installing new benches. Fort Winton Seaside Park installed new benches. St. Anne's Bay, we improved the pedestrian access with a pedestrian line put across the road, put down the bar for the stop sign where unfortunately that young lady lost her life, all before Ministry of Works lifted a finger. We've also assisted with security improvements, neighborhood watch signs in the Winton community. One of the areas that I campaigned on in the last election was the coordination of private security. Not everybody is able to live in gated communities, but they all deserve to have that added bit of protection, if they can afford it, to keep their homes safe and to feel safe in their country. We also have entered into a CCTV contract for the Mount Vernon community, Madam Speaker, and we have begun a beautification project with the installation of hand-painted community area signs. You'll see these around the Winton area, now as far as Camperdown, Sans Souci, and even High Vista. More will be coming in the weeks and months ahead, so we can stay tuned for that. And also on Prince Charles, we had signs around Winton, around Nassau East North, as well as the Sans Souci area. We've, as I said, had the park bench project. A project that we've begun in the works is the start of the sloop sailing project. That is between the Montague Fish Ramp, the St. Anne's Fish Market, and Dix Point. It's a beautiful location. It doesn't have the sandy beach, but it's a quieter spot for families and elderly persons to watch the sloop sailing regattas when they're on. And we will have information boards there reciting the history of sloop sailing in the Bahamas, recognizing some of the best sailors accomplished, including Raleigh and Gray, as well as Sir Durwood, who was in the Star Class winter, not winter, but the Olympics. We have also the annual back-to-school drives, which are always a help, annual Christmas giveaways. We've given sponsorships to young men that are part of the Gentlemen's Club, and similarly and evenly to young ladies that are participating in beauty contests. We've offered scholarship assistance from time to time. We've participated in drain cleaning, even in our brand new constituency given to us by Freetown. I can't say abandoned, but given to us, Madam Speaker. We have a very effective office, Madam Speaker, that assists residents with utility reporting issues, where one of the utility companies, whether it's water and sewage, whether it's BPL, can get to a utility issue, they're relied on. But there have been several instances, Madam Speaker, where relying on the utility companies under this government to do their job just hasn't proven to be resultful. As I said, they're aggressive where they shouldn't be and not aggressive where they should be. Madam Speaker, we have food care packages, and we oversaw the road improvement to the Village Road section, as well as the Woodland Way section, Madam Speaker. With regard to the resolutions before us now, I will say at the outset that I don't support the borrowing resolutions The first two resolutions with regard to the Grand Bahama Power Company have been litigated by my colleagues from Marco City as well as from East Grand Bahama. My issue with the public hospitals resolution, and this doesn't mean that I'll vote against it, but my issue with it is that we aren't being given the proper information on this. When we were here in the House on Monday, I had identified before we closed that there was a previous statement on the record by Tall Pines, the Minister for Health, that they own the property, that the property was already owned by the government, Madam Speaker. And then there was clarification promised, and the only clarification I heard today was that, well, when the statement was made before, it was a lease-to-purchase agreement. It was not an actual purchase, Madam Speaker. When a man with Dr. Darbel's years of experience in investing as a medical practitioner, as a parliamentarian, makes a statement that they own the property, they own the property. It's curious. It's curious to me that today the statement that it's a lease to purchase
The chair
is given.
recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, the statement attributed to Tall Pines was incorrect when it was said on Monday. It's incorrect now. If Sedans would just think through the borrowing resolutions where you borrow the money to buy the thing, you can't own the thing until you pay for it. And if you're here to borrow the money to pay for it, then that should have told him that he was mistaken by what he is advancing. Tall Pines actually said what it was, and it was the first sum was for a lease purchase, and it was decided to be an outright purchase.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, Freetown has a interest in me, I believe, because I can't get through a contribution without hearing from my senior, and I always appreciate it.
Chair recognizes the honourable member for
Madam
Freetown.
Speaker, last night on Barbershop Talk, I was taught that I was unemotional. Sedans know I care about him. If only that I want all of my Madam Speaker, if only because I want all of my former juniors to be great. Centerville is right at that point, and I want Sedans to fly as high as Centerville.
Let's do it together, sir.
So just before I leave that, as I said, there was some confusion with Dr. Darville and Freetown, with Tall Pines, and Freetown has stood up and just said that there was an explanation from Darville that what was said before was that the previous borrowing was for a lease to purchase, and now this is just for an outright purchase. But if you read the resolution today, Madam Speaker, it recites the previous resolution from the 10th of March, 2025, and I wish this wouldn't eat into my time, but it must. The previous resolution, 10th of March, 2025, the House Assembly approved a guarantee resolution for the government of the Commonwealth of Bahamas guaranteeing the repayment of all sums borrowed by PHA, Public Hospitals Authority, from a consortium of banks led by CIBC Caribbean Bank Bahamas Limited, the banks, through a credit agreement dated the 3rd of November 2025 between PHA and the banks in the amount of $75 million. It doesn't say anything there, Madam Speaker, that $75 million was in relation to a lease purchase arrangement at the time. It just says that it was part of a guaranteeing the repayments of all sums borrowed by the Public Hospitals Authority from a consortium of banks. So I pointed out Tall Pines' misstatements, conflicting statements when I began, and now I've just come across one from Freetown as well. Nevertheless, Madam Speaker, that's where...
Chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Sedans came to Lockett and Monroe from Higgs and Johnson. And I assume that Higgs and Johnson, which is a major commercial firm, he might have learned that you would look in the credit facility and the supporting documents to find the purpose for the borrowing. He has read that there's a credit facility, and it seems to be something that also infected East Grand Bahama, that they don't seem to appreciate that these commercial documents, the consortiums are represented by lawyers who ensure that the rules are met so that their advance can be recoverable in case there is default. They all seem to overlook that. But what St. Anne's just read is that there's a credit facility, and it doesn't say what the credit facility is for, and Dr. Tall Pines indicated that the first credit facility was for a lease purchase, and when it changed, then there clearly was something else. We used to call it this playing bo peep with people, where you know there's a document that's substantial and documents that go with it that's substantial. That's not being open, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member.
You got to pull teeth to find the cavity, Madam Speaker, and I've been pulling teeth today in Freetown is telling us that all is fine, even if we can't see it. All is fine, even if we can't see it, and even if they didn't recite it in their own resolution, all is fine. When you identify something that you can't see, well, it's not the government's problem. It's, as I think Cat Allen Rumkins in Salvador said, the people's problem. You got to look more. And we all recall what happened when Cat Allen Rumkins in Salvador said that. Elizabeth came back the next day and said, actually, sorry, he's not correct. We haven't tabled all the documents yet, but we'll do that. So I'll leave that there, and thanks to my good senior member from Lockhart Monroe. Now, with regard to the two Grand Bahama Company resolutions, one to borrow $200 million, Madam Speaker, $200 million days before what we expect to be a proroguing of the House, which is why I gave you that charming hat earlier on, keepsake. 2 days or days before, they're borrowing $200 million for a deal that they don't even have set properly in writing. That was commented on by East Grand Bahama earlier. And another $80 million, Madam Speaker, another $80 million for the children of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas to have to repay. So with regard to the two Grand Bahama Power Company resolutions to borrow $200 million to buy shares and another $80 million, I just don't trust this Davis Cooper government anymore. And when Minister Colby is a spokesperson, say less. Say less. Madam Speaker, as I close, I'll read an article from our Constitution relevant to the upcoming elections. It is Article 48F, Madam Speaker. And I have it marked here in your resource library. Article 48(1) says, no person shall be qualified to be elected as a member of the House of Assembly who, subclause F, is under sentence of death imposed on him by a court in the Bahamas or is serving a sentence of imprisonment by whatever name called exceeding 12 months imposed on him by such a court or substituted by competent authority for some other sentence imposed on him by such a court, or is under such sentence of imprisonment the execution of which has been suspended. With that read, for members of the public and for my constituents, think of that when considering which party you vote for in St. Anne's. Lord knows the physical file can't stay at SIB forever. There is always a chain of record. And Madam Speaker, as I close, I will read a few scriptures. First, Madam Speaker, if I could have quiet as I read the scriptures. Matthew 19:26. Jesus looked at them and said, with man, this is impossible, but with God, all things are possible. And Madam Speaker, the second scripture reading is engraved on the memorial bench at my home church, the Kirk, a bench in memory of my grandmother, Mary Pamela Rain, and my cousin, Paul John Stone. Isaiah 40, verse 31. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint. I am with you, St. Anne's. Vote F&M at the general election, and the Bahamas will again have its wings. Of that, I am certain. God bless you, Madam Speaker. God bless my wife and my sons and my mother. And God bless the people of the Bahamas this day and evermore. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Fort Shelton.
Hold on.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to colleagues and the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the 5 significant resolutions being debated today. These resolutions collectively authorize over $300 million in strategic government-backed investments and land allocations, establishing a clear framework for national development through energy reform, health care expansion, and accessible housing initiatives for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. In their totality, these 5 resolutions confirm the Davis administration's commitment to strategically positioning the Bahamas for a resilient and forward-looking future. Madam Speaker, the energy sector is robustly preparing through Project Spark. The government-owned Grand Bahama Energy Company Limited is seeking to borrow $200 million from a consortium of banks led by Standard Chartered Bank. The purpose of the loan is to secure the acquisition of all ordinary voting shares of the Grand Bahama Power Company. The resolution outlines some mandatory conditions to be executed. The guarantee covers the full principal and unpaid portion if there were a default. And Madam Speaker, we're talking now about the national security of the country.
Yes, that's right.
In other words, that the supply of electricity, which is essential, is uniformly supplied throughout the Commonwealth, and that the nationally articulated policies transparently made and accountable to this national parliament have framed the context of this energy policy. The additional energy resolution features a loan of $80 million, extend again to the government-owned Grand Bahama Energy Limited by the Royal Bank of Canada for the purposes of capital expenditure and working capital for the company. Madam Speaker, these resolutions are of particular significance as they reassert national control over critical infrastructure, electricity, and signal that this government is focused on energy reform and modernization. Madam Speaker, from the 1950s, even during the colonial era, even the minority government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas was concerned about there being the phenomenon of a state within a state. And we see even before majority rule,
Yes.
and in some of the correspondence, Stafford Sands expressing his concern. And it took him a long time, Madam Speaker, dialoguing with Wallace Grove and the construct being discussed and determined that there be one unitary government for the Bahamas. They support the stabilization of Grand Bahama's economy, Madam Speaker. These resolutions reflect a government that is acting with intention and scale, using its financial capacity to reshape a key industry, underscoring its commitment to progress. Madam Speaker, a society reflects its values on how well its healthcare system and services are provided. With a growing population, and of course, last year, 12 million visitors, the rising demands on healthcare system, it is fitting that the Public Hospital Authority is seeking to acquire Doctors Hospital Harborside facility and further develop a medical hospital, a physical therapy department, and a training academy at this site. This acquisition will fall under the umbrella of the Public Hospital Authority's healthcare system, joining the Princess Margaret Hospital, the Rand Memorial Hospital, and the Sandlands Rehabilitation Center. The government of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker, will act as the guarantor for the repayment of the sum borrowed. Madam Speaker, this resolution places health care at the center of governance and reflects the Davis administration's willingness to leverage public credit and assume fiscal responsibility to expand this vital, essential service. Madam Speaker, the Treasurer of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, established as a corporation sole, is now seeking to convey lands to the minister responsible for housing so that they may be used to bring relief, opportunity, and ownership within the reach, of many of our Bahamians who find it difficult. Imagine living in this big country, Madam Speaker. We are a small country, but we have a big country.
That's right.
Small population and big country. 200,000 square miles of sea.
Yes.
Overlapping borders with the United States, with Cuba. Madam Speaker, look at the infrastructure. 30 airports. No, half of which are international airports, which must be FAA compliant.
Yes.
30 bridges connecting landmass that we consider as one contiguous landmass, but only because of 3 bridges in Andros. So, Madam Speaker, we're talking about a big country, but yet, especially the 70% of the population in New Providence could barely afford to get a plot of land.
That's right. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, this can't be right.
Can't be right.
This can't be right. And for the people in, anyway, that,
Go ahead.
this is not simply, Madam Speaker, a conveyance of land.
That's right.
It is a conveyance of hope,
Yes, sir.
security, and generational stability. This is about transforming idle land into secure and thriving communities.
Yes, sir.
This is about turning policy into possibility.
Yes.
This is about ensuring that the wealth of our country is felt not only by the privileged few, but by all of the citizens of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And let us be clear, Madam Speaker, this process has been deliberate and it has been transparent, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, in 2021, as I went through the community of Fort Charlotte, and I heard the concerns of the constituents. And I promise, on behalf of the Progressive Liberal Party, and this is what it says, this was a 10-point plan, and number 4, lobby for land acquisition, provision of title deeds to long-term residents of the pit road.
So said, so done.
And installation of proper facility, subdivision facilities for pit road community. Now, Madam Speaker, what is the pit road? What is, and the Honourable Member for Carmichael, what is the pit road? Madam Speaker, I'm not just talking about acreage. The pit road is an integrated, what I call African community, right in the heart of Fort Charlotte. And when you go into that community, Madam Speaker, you will see names such as Bain, Moss, Hannah, Thurston, Williams, Hyler, Nabi, Johnson, Roach, Hepburn, Dean, Knowles, Bastian, Forbes, Minnis,
Everyone in there.
Bethel, Roll, Grant. Madam Speaker, about 60% of those people are related. It is a community that is like a village. They take care of each other's children. They are a gifted community with strong craft skills. They are also, Madam Speaker, rooted in the Bahamian culture.
Yes, sir.
In fact, around Junkanoo time, right within the pit road,
that's right.
you have a shack. And their artistry and all, it's reflected in all of the Junkanoo, major Junkanoo groups of the Bahamas. And young people who are talented. And Madam Speaker, going on 80 years, generations have lived in this community with this uncertainty of not having title. So for the pit road, Madam Speaker,
You're getting excited.
my time, please, Madam.
You get extra time. Madam Speaker, I only want to point out that since the member spoke about the road and his family and whatever, and the member for Carmichael said that that area is going to be a new subdivision, I want to remind the Bahamian public that in 2018 we brought a law in effect, the Affordable Home Act, which declares all government subdivision tax-free. So I hope that area will be officially declared tax-free under the law that we brought in 2018.
Madam Speaker, my very dear friend, the Honourable Member of Kalani, we can see his formation, notwithstanding that he was in the FNM. You can see. He tried to reflect. You know, the philosophy of the Progressive Liberal Party.
That's right, our philosophy.
And Madam Speaker, this has been an intentional process. We have had town meetings. We have had the benefit of the Surveyor General coming to the meeting and meeting with the residents. Mr. Alexander Flowers, I'm grateful to him as director. The Deputy Surveyor General, Forbes, came himself. We had the Ministry of Works. We had the director, we had Mr. Zonical, the Director of Town Planning. We had Mr. Delancey, the Director of Building Control. We had distinguished one of the senior architects, Mr. Carlos Butler, coming from the Ministry of Works. We had Mr. Sheldon Maycock, a very distinguished architect, and all sharing their technical expertise with the community. And of course, next time I will invite you. So what we had, Madam Speaker, is a community that has been engaged. No one has imposed any condition. The community met, they deliberated amongst themselves, they agreed the particular occupation of each family. They have agreed amongst their family to relocate in the vacant areas that will be constructed. And I want to thank Mr. Sebastian Don Bastian. The Sebastian, like a real Buffalo soldier, has gone into the community. And he has, you know, sometimes people, you know how some people like to go into the community, Madam Speaker. They go and they talk and they have a conversation with the people. But Mr. Sebastian rolled up his sleeve. And he saw that there were some homes.
Yes, suffering.
We have a young woman, Kelvinique Culmer, who is paraplegic, a brilliant young woman who was at the wrong place at the wrong time. And he was able to move Miss Culmer and her family and provide a trailer as he renovated that home. And so this ain't no talking business, Madam Speaker.
It's a matter of progress.
This is trying to transform a community that is a very special community and put in place common amenities so that the quality of life for the people, even as this process is unfolding, would be improved. So, Madam Speaker, we're talking about building equity, stability, and generational wealth. We say to the people of this country that the land of the Commonwealth is for you. And where we find Bahamians who have historically lived in certain areas and need to have the security, Madam Speaker. The government controls 2 million acres of Crown land. 2 million acres of Crown land. And, you know, the government should be committed to empowering its people.
The PLP does.
Not only providing it for foreign investment, but providing it so that our people in their settlements can have security of tenure and have title. You know, Madam Speaker, the Privy Council made some interesting observation. And that is why the government established registered land and proper adjudication of title. Because even when our people had the land, it was taken away.
That's right.
So today, Madam Speaker, I want to say on behalf of Fort Charlotte that this is a great day. We are unlocking the potential of the pit road, providing providing opportunity and security, providing dignity,
Yes, sir.
as the honorable member
Yes, sir.
of Carmichael said,
Some people might.
and providing a future. Madam Speaker, this may be my last opportunity to speak
Go ahead, brother.
in this honorable House. And I want to, first of all, express thanks, Madam Speaker. I stand here as a Bahamian that is overflowing with gratitude, Madam Speaker.
Yeah. Go ahead, brother. You look good too.
The branch, Madam Speaker, the branch in the Progressive Liberal Party, the branch, I remember I went to Kendall Nottage, and I told him I wanted to run because many parts of Fort Charlotte were he had formerly represented in St. Agnes. And he'd send me to some people. He said, go talk to Andrea Janot.
Yes, you had to go to her.
and Donna Moxie.
Yes, yeah.
And Madam Speaker, that was 2000. From 2000 to this day,
Yes. Backbone.
these Buffalo soldiers have walked with me.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
They have walked with me in all of the elections that I have contested.
Second thing.
And even when I did not contest, Andre Rollins,
Yes.
that was 2012, they called me and I walk with them. When I ran for the leadership of the Progressive Liberal Party, Madam Speaker, they stood with me. When the people said, one leader,
Yeah.
You too.
you know that, right?
To all the changes of life.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, nobody trembled.
Stop that.
Nobody trembled. They stood firm.
There too.
And Madam Speaker, it wasn't, Madam Speaker, it wasn't against anybody. It was to present a vision to the country. And I understand that many of the people and the young people in the FNM, they have been reading it. And they, and Madam Speaker, then they came to me in 2017 and they said, we want you to come back.
Yes.
Now, I know how politics is, Madam Speaker. I mean, some people were uncomfortable. But you know what they said? They said, shares or nothing. And they meant that. And they went to the candidates committee and they made their representation. So to these Buffalo soldiers, and they don't only work during election time, Madam Speaker. They work throughout the year. For 24 years, we have held a summer camp in Fort Charlotte. We started at the Prairie Grounds. We moved into, and you know, we're one of the few constituencies where the branch bought a building. And I want to talk about Dorothy Curry and Ruth Boyd.
Yes. Miami, I the major.
And her, right.
Miami,
And her mother.
Yes, don't forget her mother. That's right. Yep.
Her mother, Canada Roll.
Canada Roll.
You know. Yeah.
Memory lane.
And Madam Speaker, they went and fried fritter
Yes.
and fish
This is history.
and raised money. And with their MP Valentine Grimes.
Yes.
In the 1980s, they bought this building on Boyd Road.
Yeah.
Now, Madam Speaker, some of these persons were in their 60s. They know they wouldn't have enjoyed it.
They had a cost.
But they were thinking about their children, and they were thinking about the next generation. You know, and when I came, there was one story. We built a second story on it. And Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, this is very, I stand with the Progressive Liberal Party because in 1953, it started with a vision. It started with a vision that the minority who control this place, they control the food, they control the lumber, they control the liquor and the land. Madam Speaker, but this vision that we stand with from generation to generation, Madam Speaker, we realize that we are supposed to be servant leaders. And for 24 years, every summer, we had 4 weeks with the young people in Fort Charlotte. And the first coordinator was Vince Ferguson. The second coordinator was Anastasia Mutri. The third was Sandra Sajudis, then Christine Johnson, and then Insulet Woodside. And now, for the last 4 years, the former principal of St. John's College, Dr. Neveline Evans. And this coming summer, we will have 200 young people from Fort Charlotte every day engage in civics, engage in creative activities, and free of charge. Snack every day, hot lunch every day, and at the end, you will see them put out the display of what they would have produced. Uniform. They would have sewed their uniform, designed their uniform. They will have craft work, Junkanoo craft, and so on like that. So, Madam Speaker, I am so privileged of the branch of Fort Charlotte, and I want to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you for concretizing the philosophy of the Progressive Liberal Party. I want to say thanks, Madam Speaker, to Mr. Perry Christie. Perry Christie, the Honorable Perry Christie, for affording me the opportunity to serve in his cabinet. And I want to say that I have never served with anybody who had more of a heart for the people. I remember that first cabinet meeting. And he said, look here, this ain't about you. It's about the people. We are here to serve. We are not here to be served. We are here to listen, understand what the concerns are, and to serve. And I want to say that serving as Attorney General and Minister of Education to Mr. Christie, it was what a privilege you afforded me. And I am so grateful. I remember in 2005 when Mr. Christie had a stroke and was hospitalized. And I went to see him as the Attorney General, which was my constitutional duty. And I asked him, who would you like to serve during your period of disability, incapacity? And he said, my deputy. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to tell you, and I speak here without apology, one of the greatest honor of my life was to be led by a woman who was so extraordinary. Madam Speaker, during that period of constitutional crisis, she pulled us together. A leader. A leader, a leader who is so powerful in her humility. But yet, there was that quiet strength and faith that kept that cabinet together. And, Madam Speaker, I just wish and hope that the Bahamian people could have seen the quality of leadership of Mother Pratt. And I just want to say, you know, there's no question in my mind that she should have been leading us in this country, because what she has is just amazing. I also want to thank Prime Minister Philip Davis.
Yes.
Because, you know, these 5 years have been a wonderful learning experience. Because
Gotta get ready to go.
as minister of work and oh
What's your vision? Is it like
Talking with you right now.
vision? You have the vision of this country, man.
You know, when Prime Minister invited me to serve as Minister of Works and Public Utilities, I must say it was learning by fire. But he had been there before.
Yes.
And he was able to give me a steadying kind of confidence. And it was a period of, the economy was being fully open, and there was so much work to be done. And it was in the Ministry of Works, Madam Speaker, that I saw how we could damage ourselves. How we could damage ourselves. Because projects which had been started when he was Minister of Works, 4 years had passed, and nothing had been done.
Commission him.
Madam Speaker, I went to Gladstone Road. And after you pass Fusion, about 200 feet going south, there is a left turn. And you will find a water treatment facility. $10 million from NIB was invested in that. Madam Speaker, it was to take the waste from Bahama and the waste from many of the southern subdivisions and to treat it and create a new product called reused water. Wastewater. No. Water to be used on lawns and so on like that. And Madam Speaker, the biggest turbines I had seen in the Bahamas in my life. And it was sitting there starting to rust. Had never been used. One of the biggest generators that I've seen. It's an industrial generator sitting right at the front of the property.
I know it. I've seen it.
Never been commissioned. Madam Speaker, and I asked myself, I said, how could we justify over $10 million sitting on the ground, and when you went into the building, brand new, never used, rusting? Then I went to Andre Rogers Stadium, Madam Speaker. Andre Rogers Stadium was about 40%, about that 40% or so. Madam Speaker, if you would indulge me, please. 40% completed. And Madam Speaker, you had the accumulated penalties for the contractor who is still there for 3 years, no authorization to proceed. And Madam Speaker, a project that should have taken about 15 million to complete end up being well over $30 million. And this is why, Madam Speaker, I want to say that we have to have a level of maturity. Because when the government is continuous, different political parties will come and go as the majority, but the people's business isn't, we can't stop the peaceful business because we don't like the PLP or we don't like the FNM. In fact, Madam Speaker, when we met the project like the Angel Creek Bridge in Abaco, it was in progress.
Yes, and we continue.
As Minister of Works, Prime Minister, we accelerated it.
That's right.
Because it was for the benefit of the people of Abaco. When we had the commissioning, we invited, in fact, the interesting thing about that is the Prime Minister spoke with Mr. Ingram, and it was Mr. Ingram who recommended, he said historically there's an angel fish common in that area. And he's the one who made the recommendation for the naming of the bridge. In other words, it's a level of maturity. It's a level of maturity. And then what we have seen is bringing a quality of leadership.
Yes.
It is strong,
Yes.
but quiet.
Yes.
Now you may take the quiet for weakness.
Oh, geez, don't be wrong.
But I remember when the Prime Minister indicated that we will reduce VAT from 12 to 10%. I mean, the criticism that came was as if like there was a level of naivete and lack of understanding on the side of the government. And what we saw is an increase in revenue after. So, and also in terms of the energy, the Prime Minister, having served as Minister of Works and for Utility, had a very clear vision in terms of transformation and using this moment to transform energy supply and distribution within the country. And to have seen and been an integral part of this process, Prime Minister, I want to say that it is refreshing to be led by someone who is visionary, not making a lot of noise and not trying to impress anybody,
Humble at heart.
but working very deliberately but strategically, Madam Speaker. And I want to say that my successor is so well prepared for this time and for this assignment. And also, Prime Minister, I want to say that these 5 years have been
With us.
a period of learning, a period of challenge, but also a very satisfying period of service to the national development
When you've
of
done
the
your
Commonwealth
best.
of the Bahamas. I also want to thank the law firm that I founded, which is led by my wife, Marion, because, these people have been with our team at Sears & Co. have been with me for over 30 years, most of them have been working for Sears & Co. And our daughter, Ife, who is COO, the legal secretaries, Janice, Marshall, Bostwick, Denise Brown, Lynette Nesbitt, and Yara Turnquest, who's our controller, and our estate manager, Barrington Carter, and Shamika Kelly. I want to thank them because they have kept the engine going so that I have a place to go back to. But you know, I always look forward to going into the private sector because it gives me freedom. It gives me an opportunity to continue to serve. It gives me an opportunity to write and reflect and help to inform the way forward. I want to say that the Buffalo soldiers I've known in my life, Madam Speaker, I want to say something here. Some of them wear wigs. Some of them have weave. Some of them have cornrows. Some of them have afros.
Yes.
But let me tell you,
Some man go
the greatest Buffalo soldiers I know are
the
women.
man right now, we get to the women yet.
The Buffalo soldiers that I know are women.
Yes.
And I want to just recognize some women who have been in my life. I want to recognize Winifred Dolores Sears, who gave birth to me and my 11 siblings. And she raised us with a fierce love, doing her best to guide, protect, and prepare us. And the irony is that the 12 of us, if you speak to any one of us, each of us would say, I am her favorite child. She was quite a diplomat. I also want to thank my grandmother, Murders Sweeting Wilkinson, who in her late 50s, I was in the reform school. I had disappointed them so many times. I'd been convicted in the juvenile court 4 times.
Wow.
And I said, I won't go back to school. I said, Mama, I won't go back to school. And in her 50s, Madam Speaker, in her shop on Market Street and Ross Corner, she agreed with my grandfather to give me a chance and pay my tuition at St. Augustine's College.
Oh, wow. Here you are today.
I want to say, Mama, thank you for believing me after I'd promised so many times before and not fulfilled.
Not giving up on you.
To believe me this time and to giving me an opportunity to house me and pay my tuition. I also want to recognize Sister Barbara Doyle. When I went to St. Augustine's, they put me in a class, Madam Speaker, with students who were 3 years younger than me, because I'd been out of school for almost 5 years. Right. And Sister Barbara Doyle worked with me every day at lunchtime in an empty classroom, giving me remedial lessons. I want to also say Sister Pearl Pinder and a group of missionary sisters from Bethel Baptist Church. They visited the Boys Industrial School, and they fell in love with me, and I fell in love with them. And when I was released, even though I'm a Catholic, I followed them and went to Bethel Baptist Church. And I became a member of Bethel right up until I went off to university at Columbia University. There was also another one, right? From the Boys Industrial. And then, Madam Speaker, there was one woman in the Boys Industrial School, I want to call her name. Her name is Winifred McKenzie. I was working, not being sent to school in those days. I was working in the field every day with a cutlass in my hand. And she took me, she called me, and she brought me into the kitchen. I became an assistant dishwasher. And under her tutelage, I became the head cook at the school. But working in the kitchen gave me the opportunity to start reading. And it is that reading
Yes.
and the books that my grandmother
One in your mind. Yes.
that helped me to prepare
Yes.
and able to go to St. Augustine's. I also wish to thank, when I came out, Ethel Camp. Ethel Camp is the wife of Audley Camp. She was the first woman to join the Progressive Liberal Party, right from Long Island. First woman from Deadman's Key, Long Island. The first woman to join the Progressive Liberal Party. When I was at St. Augustine's, she and Audley took me in and mentored me. First time I saw someone reading the Wall Street Journal was Ethel Camp. She was a woman who was plain speaking, but she had such a profound intellectual gift. And while Audley was charming and charismatic, she had this strategic business sense standing behind him. And she mentored me. And I want to say to my children, Ade in New York, Ife and Nia, thank you for teaching me and stretching me to see and appreciate your brilliance and the brilliance of young people and the potential that they have. And I want to say that my last thanks is to Marion. We met while I was a youth leader in Nassau with the Interdenominational Christian Youth Association, trying to figure out how will I get off to school, how will I get to advance myself. And I met Marion. She was a student at McGill at that time. And we had a forum, and she heard about it on the radio and came. And what a meeting that was. It has lasted for a lifetime. And we have had 2 daughters, and we have shared a life journey of parenting, companionship, purpose, and service. And to Marion, I couldn't be here today if you didn't step in the gap and kept our business going. And Madam Speaker, there's, as the honorable member for Cat Island, St. Salvador and Rumkey has framed this debate, there's so much more work to be done.
Yes.
And I conclude by just pointing out that it is untenable in our country, since most of the Buffalo Soldiers I know are women, that to this day, women are still discriminated against under our Constitution. And I have lived through both attempts at changing that. And this is one of the areas where both sides really need for the national interests to come together and remove the disparate elements of Article 8 and Article 9 of the Constitution, where Bahamian women are treated less favorably in terms of their children born abroad and their spouses. And also, I want to just put in the spirit of this moment the recommendation of CEDAW, it's called Recommendation 28, that the parties of the Commonwealth adopt a temporary special measure, such as quotas, to increase the representation of women in our political parties. Because when I look at our parliament, it doesn't reflect the population of our country. And when I look at my own life experience, the best prepared in the country are women. the most qualified are women. And I want to say that this really is a mandate that every parliamentarian, irrespective of the party, should be committed to going forward. And then, you know, I have other concerns such as campaign finance reform, so that we protect the integrity of our political process, because the wealthiest people in the world live right here. And we should always ensure that the money do not determine the outcome, but the will of the people determines, because they're the sovereigns. They're the sovereigns. And that we should have a fixed election date so that we bring certainty to the business of our country. And finally, Madam Speaker, sovereignty, Madam Speaker, is non-negotiable. And we have unfinished work to do in Freeport. And we should continue to pursue what was started and questioned in the 1950s, so that Bahamians everywhere, everywhere are living under the same laws and regulations, and that there are no enclaves controlled by non-Bahamians, and even if by Bahamians, it should be one national law and one national standard for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Asmani, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Thank you. No, I'm not trying to rock. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I always enjoy listening to the member for Port Charlotte. We're a schoolmate, and he always spoke with eloquence, and most of all, he spoke facts. But I want to open up by saying we need people in Parliament regardless of party colors. Madam Speaker, when I came this morning, there was a BPSU union gathering, demonstration, and they were hoping to meet with the Prime Minister to resolve certain issues. I'm happy to hear that the Prime Minister had met, and I hope that he would have resolved those issues. I would have gone through those concerns and problems also as former Prime Minister. And I may have made mistakes, but it's essential for you to listen to the people and come to a resolution and resolve the issues that the people may have. And I hope at that meeting they would have resolved it. And if it had not been resolved, I would hope that they would be resolved this week or very, very soon. Because at this time, many people are hurting. Many of our people are hurting. And before I ended politics, Madam Speaker, before I ended politics, it was a decision whether one can serve two masters, being active in medicine and active in politics. And I had made a determination that I would retire from medicine. I was not moved by money. At that time, I was successful, and I had sufficient for myself, my kids, and the family, and I felt I could live comfortable. I was not interested in power, and I demonstrated no form of greed. I was more interested and concerned with helping the people. And I will always recall when I had asked my last son, he was a child at that time, I said to him that I was going in politics, and I would always remember his words to me, and I live by those words. He said he did not like politics, but he would only accept it if I were going into it for several reasons. But the most important reason, what resonated with me, he said, you must be going to help the people and not just self. And I live by those words, Madam Speaker. We must move beyond party colors. We must always put the people first, not ourselves. But another motivating factor that pushed me into politics was a personal experience, 2 experiences. My mother building our home, which took years upon years, but to have certain things done or certain approvals through the government, she had to pay all sorts of kickbacks. And though at that time she may have only had to pay $10, $20, that was plenty for us. And I've always said that there must be a better way. And then as I grew and became a physician and made a success of myself, investments, etc., I wanted to establish my own medical facility. Madam Speaker, what was disheartening to me, the building or the property I had, to my left was a medical facility, and to my right was a medical facility. I was in the middle and denied approval to construct a medical facility. And the reason given was that the area was not zoned as commercial. It was still zoned as residential. This is in the Centerville area. And I asked, how was that possible? If a doctor's office to my right, a doctor's office to my left, and I'm in the middle. But the explanation still was not zoned commercial. Then the following day, someone came and said they understood that my permit was denied. But if I were to do certain things, then it would be approved. And those certain things meant that I had to pay kickbacks. Being a young physician coming back, that bothered me. That bothered me. And I sent the message back to the relevant individual. I said to tell him that I'm younger than him. Hopefully, I would outlive him. And when he dies, I will build it. And I won't comment. But Madam Speaker, I built that complex. I've always lived my life for the people. And in fact, I've made statements on multiple occasions, and I live by those statements. And I quote, I've said, I would rather lose an election than lose a country. And that's how all of us should feel. Country should be first. If I had represented just colors or represented party, as opposed to having the greatest liking for the people, I probably still would have been Prime Minister. And you all know that. But I thought the people should always be first. But Madam Speaker, let me go into the resolution. The resolution put before us is for $200 million to purchase the power plant in Grand Bahama. and another 80 million to upgrade. I've been informed that the facilities in Grand Bahama are probably worse than our facilities here in New Providence. And therefore, I don't know how we came about the figures, but that's a serious matter. Now, Madam Speaker, I would recall, and I agree with the resolution, and I would explain some points. But I would recall why I think it's important for you to get a complete breakdown of the facilities that's there. But most important, we need to know, have some idea whether they're generating a profit every year or whether they're losing. That is important because when we made the bold step to purchase the airport, they wanted to sell the airport to us for $5 million. That's the Grand Bahamas Airport. And I wanted to know exactly what was the generation capacity at that time. The airport was losing $800,000 per year. That's what Grand Bahama, the Port Authority, was losing, $800,000 per year. And I argued that we cannot purchase an airport for $5 million and it's losing $800 per year. I'm going to offer you $1, no more. Because if I bought it for $1, I will incur your losses. Your losses are now mine, $800. So you are generating a profit of $800,000. You are moving from a loss to a profit, and I am moving to a loss. That discussion went on for months, and we came to the conclusion that we would buy the airport for $1, and we had plans for it. I say that because it's essential for you to know what are the conditions and the capacity of generation today and tomorrow of that power plant. Madam Speaker, there are many Bahamians who are looking for investment. There's over $1 billion in liquidity here today. And there are many who are looking for businesses to invest in. They don't want to start their own business because it's extremely difficult in the Bahamas to start a business. It's extremely difficult in the Bahamas to open a bank account. So they're looking for opportunities. I say to the government do not have the capacity to run such facilities. Government has a terrible track record. Be it you, be it us, or whoever, a terrible track record of business. Government's responsibility should be to create opportunities. Create opportunities for Bahamians to commence businesses and investment. And Madam Speaker, what I advise the government to do, this is a great opportunity for Bahamians to invest in the power company, especially Grand Bahamians who have been suffering so long. Set up a program as was done with the port, the cruise port. The cruise port is one of the greatest success in this country today. I think they all got dividends today. Bahamian, you see Bahamians walking down Bay Street smiling. That's because they got their dividends. You see Miles, you see Pinewood smiling. He got his dividends today. But use the same program. Allow the Bahamians to purchase the facility. Set a maximum level of investment for any individual or business, so as individuals don't try to grab up everything and start from the bottom up so that Bahamians would have that opportunity to invest. And do as the port did. There are some individuals who may not have the funds to invest, but advance them, loan them $10,000 so that everyone would have the opportunity to invest. Loan them the $10,000. And the dividends that they receive quarterly, yearly, that dividends goes back to pay for that $10,000. So that at the end of the day, the average Bahamian would have come up with nothing but own something. And every month or every quarter, they would have returns. So I would ask the government if they themselves are buying, offload it as quickly as possible to Bahamians. But do not allow 4, 5, 6 individuals to take the apple. Max them out. Max them out. And Madam Speaker, then government should maintain a percentage for a time. Example, the government purchases it, 60% is automatically offloaded to the Bahamians. Government maintains 40%. Within 3 years, they offload another 20% to the Bahamians, not at an increased cost, but at the cost that it was originally purchased, which would give the Bahamians, again, a benefit, because it meant that they would be purchasing something that you know would succeed. Then, in another 2 years, offload another 10% so that the government maintains no more than 10%. That 10% that the government maintains, that represents the Bahamians at large. But every Bahamian, with or without money, had an opportunity to invest. We have to think about the future. We have to think about our children. And yes, I've made investments. I've been successful. And I live off my investment. I don't need, like I said, I'm not moved by money. I'm not moved by money. But, Madam Speaker, I would have loved to see us debating a resolution here today, raising money for hospital, not for a new hospital, but for supplies, for equipments, for medication, to readjust the salary scales if necessary. Health care in our country continues to deteriorate. It is a disaster. And it's not the government's fault. Don't get me wrong. It's not your fault. That was a problem deteriorating from Pinling's time. Every government had the same challenges. But we played politics with healthcare. And as a result of that, Bahamians are denied healthcare and Bahamians are dying unnecessarily. Dying why? Not because of you, but because we all have failed the Bahamian people. That has to change. We cannot continue down the same road. It will continue to deteriorate. I've said in here before that we must have a committee, representation of the government, representation of the opposition, representation of COI, representation of the public, and representation of health fraternity. Because difficult decisions has to be made. But those decisions will save lives. Those decisions will improve the quality of life of our Bahamian populace. Without those decisions, our brothers and sisters will continue to die unnecessarily. Our brothers and sisters will continue to lose their limbs unnecessarily. They will continue to become blind unnecessarily. You are here to help the people, not just win elections. Yes, you can continue to give them poor health care and win election, but lose the people. So we must work together. There are 3 ministries, as far as I'm concerned, that should be beyond politics. Colors should play no role in health, education, and security. They are our future. It cannot be colors. Madam Speaker, I pose the question today to individuals of the political fraternity, and I will ask the COI representative first, whether he is willing to work along with a committee of representation of all to advance our healthcare system. Are you in favor of that, Central? And I pose that question to the PLP, to the government. Are you prepared to move our country forward without political involvement? And you said yes. I pose the same question to my colleagues. Because anyone who refuses, I noticed there, but anyone.
1 minute.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House to sit beyond 7 p.m.
Seconded.
Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House will now proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the COI has agreed. Yes. The government has agreed. I pose the question again to my colleagues, because anyone who refuses to move health in that direction is not interested in the people, and I ask the people, don't be interested in them. We must move forward. We must correct health. Life is foremost, and we must work together to move this country. Let's look at the Family Islands. We're talking about electricity. In Ragged Island, we constructed the solar plant, trying to create a model to move the Family Islands solarization. We have Mother Nature up there. We were blessed with, and we must use as much of it as possible. And the system, I understand, is working, needs maintenance, that's standard. And yes, you took credit for it. I accept that. I'm not interested in credit. I'm interested in success. I'm interested in success. Credit means nothing. Success means plenty. But, Madam Speaker, now it's time, I'm going to throw another carrot out. Now it's time that we look beyond that. There are some islands that may only have a small pocket of homes. One home may be 5 miles away from another. It is not cost effective to run lines that distance for 1 or 2 homes. It may be more profitable I understand that, but it may be more profitable for the government to just advance or facilitate those individuals with the solar system for their home. It's cheaper. It's cheaper for us as Bahamians, for you, if we took government money and purchased the solar for them. It's a great savings for us. One home is here, another home is 5 miles, another one 10 miles. That's thinking out the box. It may be better for the government, purchase the solar system for them, put the solar system in. You don't have to worry about spending another $5 million to run a line just to serve one other person. That in itself is a savings for millions. When we were talking about our subdivisions, and I want you to look at it again, our plan was foremost. And I'm going to go through this slowly so that the Bahamian populace would understand it. And I want you to reconsider it. The subdivisions, we were going to solarize all the subdivisions, purchase the solar panels en masse, use the government's power to obtain best prices possible, and allow and distribute it to the various homes in the subdivision. Each subdivision was going to have a solar storage plant facility so that the energy could be stored in such facility. And then that energy, we have to upgrade, and you're doing that. Pike is responsible for transmission and distribution, so you're upgrading the lines. That energy could go into the grid and into the power plant, and that can be sold to other personnel. And those individuals in the subdivisions, because their energy is going into the storage facility and into the power plant, they would be able to receive $30, $50 per month. That's opportunities for our people. Then what's happening in Iran, that would not affect our subdivisions or our people. So we have to look at that moving forward. Madam Speaker, I want to say two more things, especially the Bahamian people, before I close this debate. We must move beyond, at some point in time, and we have to start, voting, not necessarily colors, voting individuals who have your interests at heart. There are some politicians who are doing an excellent job in their constituency. Excellent. I don't care what color they're. But because we vote color, sorry, I'm going to call a name, the member for Seabreeze. The member for Seabreeze is doing a good job. But the member for Seabreeze, we would change her because we voting color, we moving yellow out. So what happens? What happens? That constituency suffers. They did themselves in. They moved an individual who has been doing good for them because they don't agree with color. We must move beyond that. We only hurt ourselves. We only hurt ourselves. Desmond Bannister was doing an excellent job. No disrespect, you're doing a good job too. No disrespect. He was doing an excellent job. But what you did, you moved him. Now, Michael was fortunate, but how many would be fortunate? How many would be fortunate? You can move, because of color, an individual who's making great contribution and moving you and your constituency forward. And you move them because, oh, they're COI, they're FNM, they're PLP, they're so-and-so. But, Madam Speaker, that represents maturity. That represents maturity. And if we want this Bahamas to move forward, to take its rightful place in this world, then we must be matured. The member for Central and South Lutra, who is not here today, but I understand that he's moving progressively and aggressively in repairing my roads and whatever is necessary in Kalani. And I'm happy about that. So the candidate, Kalani is listening to me. Your roads are being prepared, Bahama West, and the other roads that I've mentioned, the road between Atlantic Drive going into Plantation is being repaired. So I don't want the PLP candidate to believe, to jump in there and say, oh, she did it. Hell no, I've been arguing. But, Madam Speaker, I want to close by saying that I support the resolution, but I would love to see that in the hands of Bahamian people. And people may not like what I'm going to say now, but Grand Bahama has been suffering a long time. With this opportunity, they should be the first to get such opportunity. And once it's advanced to the public, those in Grand Bahama who cannot afford to purchase should be advanced the $10,000 so that they would become owners in the company and their dividends would repay the loan so that they too can enjoy the wealth of the future. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Elizabeth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a lot has been discussed today, and I rise in this honorable House on behalf of the resilient people of Elizabeth, who I know is enjoying the fruits of their vote by voting in a candidate who meant serving them was a priority. And that is what I did. But before I get into my discussion on the resolutions, I wanted to just commend my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Fort Charlotte, for his statesmanship, stellar service to the people of this country. I want to thank him for his service, his work, and the example that he has given over the years of serving and watching him serve with integrity, discipline, and focus. But you know, while I was sitting and listening to him, he did such an excellent job, Madam Speaker. Commendable job in his presentation, his delivery, everything. It's great. And then he spoke about Buffalo Soldiers. And you know, I'm not as tall, so maybe he missed. Probably didn't see that I was one of his Buffalo Soldiers. I was not yelling one leader. Okay? He forgot that. I was a Buffalo Soldier. And I sat with him and a team of young professionals. When he pulled this out, I say, oh my gosh, this was 2016. 2016, and we worked day and night right at his office. 2016. And you know what part he gave me
10 years
to
ago.
sit with him and draft? I opened the book and I should told Keith, grab it, let me show you what I contribute to in his vision.
Yes.
And contents, I contributed to the one that says energy and environmental reform.
Read the content of it.
2016,
Read it.
right?
What it
And I
says.
mean, we had
It's
everything
vision, man.
in here. Vision.
Vision.
See, because we can, I agree with what my, that's my MP, because you know I live in Kalani. But I didn't vote for him. But he is my MP, okay?
He's a good.
I didn't.
He's good people. He's good people.
But I'm speaking about, thank you, my MP. Protect me. But I turned the page to show Keith
Yeah.
how visionary,
Yes.
even then,
Yes.
wanting to do right, to serve the people of this country. And we spoke about renewable energy. And we spoke about waste management. But the one that really
Yeah.
touched when
Yeah.
I went back and referred to it was the liberalization of BC,
And
BPL.
Black and white.
Pulling it from works. See, right here.
Read it. Read it to the people.
Establish a Ministry of Energy.
Yes.
To focus entirely on the management of the
Yes.
sector.
That's
2016.
vision, my dear.
I
That's
was a
vision.
part of the Buffalo Soldiers.
Yes.
You need to put this in.
Because-
put this in the record, man.
What I admired in him
Yes.
was the true desire
You saw in him.
to put real transformation at work in our country. And I count it a privilege that I had the opportunity to not just work with him then, but to have served with him in the last 5 years, 4.5 years, in cabinet, and to lean on his expertise. And so I thank him. I do thank him.
Now you wrote it, now you're delivering it, eh?
Yeah, so, you know,
let him know.
life comes full circle.
Full cycle.
Right? So I rise to provide my support on behalf of the people of Elizabeth to the resolutions that's before us. These resolutions are truly transformative as they impact many of our Bahamian citizens.
Yes.
They touch energy, they touch health, and they touch affordable housing and ownership.
That's right.
From the onset, I want to clearly state that Elizabeth fully supports the resolutions. But Madam Speaker, before I even go into that, I just remember I needed to touch on something else. Because I have the privilege and the opportunity under my portfolio to serve as Minister of Transport. My predecessor, my girl, and there, I just call on her for plenty things. Because she has the knowledge. She served twice in that role, and so I lean on her. But you know, the one thing that completely aggravated both of us, hearing the opposition leader, I didn't know he said it because I can honestly tell you I didn't watch not 1 second of whatever that was they had. I didn't watch it. But I was very,
You was in there.
I couldn't believe the comment about abolishing the postal savings bank.
Yeah, that was shocking.
Because I know the thousands of Bahamians,
Yes.
especially those on our family islands,
Only they
that
got-
benefit
That's right.
from the luxury of having access to the postal savings bank on every
That's all
island.
they got.
And I don't know if the opposition leader knows
Appreciate
that the postal savings bank was opened in 1936.
That's right. Educate them. You gotta understand it.
And to just, out of the
Arbitrarily,
blue,
Yeah.
just jump up and say, you're going to abolish it? These people rely on the savings bank. They secure their funds,
Yes. To get
and
things.
the Progressive Liberal Party, I can assure you, to those Bahamians that utilize the savings bank, that the Progressive Liberal Party has no intention,
Whatsoever.
none,
None.
of closing the savings bank.
That's right.
In fact, we have been working to enhance it.
That's right.
Since we've been in, we've had over 3,000 Bahamians opening accounts.
That's the difference between us and them.
One of them being my daughter. Well, you know, we have to sign for the children. Bethany. But it's a savings. It's 12 and up. It's 12 and up, so once they're under, the parent signs. But you can still open for them. Grandparents open for their grandchildren.
That's right, in there.
Right?
Yeah.
And so my daughter has her savings because from she came into this world, some people don't buy gifts. They give you a little something.
You put it in the
and we
bank.
put it in the piggy bank, and then we opened it up and took her there. She went through the process of going there with her nana to see how you open an account
That's right.
at the Postal Savings Bank. And she have a green book. She have that protected. And she goes in there to check her balance.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
But you know,
It's serious business.
it's serious
Serious
business.
business.
And it's a benefit to the
gotta
Bahamian
teach our young
public.
financial
Teaching
literacy.
them
Financial
how to
literacy.
save
That's
from
right.
early.
That's right.
All of her coins count up.
Yes.
Put it there.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? And we, over this side,
Yes.
Davis administration, increased the deposit ceiling
Mm-hmm.
from 6,000 to 10,000. That captures a 5% interest. So who would think, that that is something to brag? The amount of pings I got in this phone, that's how I heard it. Messages of some of their supporters who work in the bank asking what in the world he talking about.
Yes.
What does this mean? People concerned about their future now.
Reckless.
People concerned about their jobs. Some of their supporters on the family island asking, what does this mean? Where will the money be?
Tell them choose progress, that's all.
That's why they're now choosing progress.
That's right.
Because see, no one have time for people to be immature in leadership. Just throwing things out there. And I mean, and you traveling the family island, so you're not talking to anyone? Because you would know they use the savings bank. But Madam Speaker, I just want to make sure that the Bahamian people,
on those islands, no.
family islanders,
No.
and the staff who I take pleasure of working with,
Working hard.
and they enjoy promoting the savings bank. I want them to know how proud I am
We are.
of the work that they have done in transforming it to this point. And we have a young man that's working now, inputting data for every account we have, the active and the inactive, because we're taking the anti-money laundering standards and the risk management standards to make sure we can detail every dollar that we hold for every person. And so that's serious business. And we, on this side, have no plans to abolish it. None. Madam Speaker, in the essence of time, I will just focus the remainder of my contribution on the resolution to acquire the share of Grand Bahama Power Company. For too long, Bahamians have paid too much, waited too long in the dark, and been told that change was coming. The changes is now.
That's
no,
right.
No.
Right here, right here.
I see what he's trying to do.
PLBL.
The new progress is here. Progress is
Get
here.
it right.
The new energy
Get it
era
right.
is not a promise. It is not a plan on paper.
No.
It is a transformation that is already underway.
Yes.
And the results are already being felt. Moody's upgraded the Bahamas credit outlook for the first time in nearly 2 decades. Over 11 million has been returned to Bahamian households. Power outages are down by 45%. Rental generators costing $40 million a year are being phased out. Renewable energy is coming online. And Grand Bahama, for too long left behind, is now firmly part of this national story. We fixed the fundamentals first, the aging infrastructure, the legacy debt, the fuel exposure. We protected families first because the purpose of energy reform is not to impress credit agencies. It is to make sure a mother in Nassau, a fisherman in Exuma, and a business owner in Freeport can count on the lights being on and can afford to keep them on. What follows is the story of how we are doing it. One energy system, one Bahamas. But to understand where we are going, you must understand where we started and just how much ground we have already covered.
Yes.
We began where many Bahamians have lived for years, facing high costs, aging infrastructure, and a strained system. Over 100 megawatts of generation was at the end of life. BPL was spending more than $40 million every year just to rent generators and keep the lights on.
Wow.
That could not continue.
Unsustainable.
Today, we are investing in modern, efficient generation, phasing out rental units, and building a system designed for the future, including over 60 megawatts of renewable in New Providence and 97 megawatts across the Family Islands. Fixing the foundation, Madam Speaker, was the first step, but a stronger foundation only matters if Bahamians feel the difference.
Yes.
And that relief came sooner than many expected.
Yes.
Customers are already getting release. In 2025, we delivered over 11 million in direct savings through the Equity Rate Adjustment Program. A typical household saw its monthly bill drop to some of them $22.90.
Wow.
That is $275 back in a family's pocket every year, and that's the start. For many Bahamians, that is a week of groceries, school supplies, or a bill that no longer keeps them up at night. These reforms are not just numbers on a page. They are real money back in the hands of the people who need it most. But delivering savings today means nothing if cost spikes again tomorrow. Protecting what we built means taking fuel volatility off the table. And that is exactly what we did next. Savings alone are not enough, Madam Speaker, if they cannot be sustained. Fuel remains the single largest driver of electricity costs.
Yes.
And global prices are volatile. What is within our control is how we respond. That is why we're introducing LNG, the cleanest and most cost-effective fuel currently available, and implemented a fuel hedging strategy to shield customers from global price spikes. Think of it as an insurance policy. When global price surges, we are paying the lower agreed rate. We fixed the operational issues first, then executed the hedge. So the protection is real, not theoretical. The result is a system that is more stable, more efficient, and far less exposed to the shocks that have hurt Bahamian families in the past. Madam Speaker, through structured power purchase agreements, older, inefficient generators are being replaced with modern, high-efficiency units, eliminating the rental fleet that continued to cost the country over $40 million a year, and now will be delivering a savings, once completely phased out, of over $24 million, and going forward. In New Providence, BPL has partnered with BGC to modernize transmission and distribution, with BPL and the government each retaining a 40% ownership stake. The impact is already clear. Outage frequency is down 45%, outage duration is down 30%, and New Providence now operates one of the most sophisticated grid networks in the Caribbean, including an underground transmission line rarely seen across the region. Across the Family Islands, we are upgrading networks and building hybrid microgrids, solar, batteries, and modern generation is working together to bring reliable, practical power to every community. And every community means every community. The progress we have built across New Providence and the Family Islands is not the finish line. It is the blueprint. The next step is bringing that same transformation to Grand Bahama. Grand Bahama is not an afterthought. It is a priority. For too long, residents and businesses there have faced high costs, aging infrastructure, and unreliable supply. That now changes. The case for government action is clear. When you compare where Grand Bahama is today with what BPL has already built across the rest of the Bahamas, on resiliency, Grand Bahama has added solar, but integrating renewables requires major upgrades to your power lines, substations, and your control systems. BPL has already done that work, delivering a 45% reduction in outage frequency and 30% less downtime. We will be bringing that proven infrastructure to Grand Bahama. On fuel volatility, Grand Bahama relies heavily on diesel, leaving customers exposed to every global price spike. BPL operates a diversified fuel mix: diesel, heavy fuel oil, and natural gas that cushions from those shocks. We will be bringing that same stability to Grand Bahama. On reliability and efficiency, Grand Bahama's aging generators consume more fuel. The harder they work, the more fuel they use.
Wow.
They break down more often, and they pass those costs on to their customers.
Yes.
BPL has solved this through integrating power purchase agreements that bring in modern, efficient generation. Grand Bahama does not have to reinvent the wheel or bear that burden alone. On affordability, and this is where reform becomes real, Madam Speaker. Economic development is always about affordability and reliability together. Right now, Grand Bahama consumers in the most vulnerable bracket pay a base rate of 17.56 cents per kilowatt hour. That's before fuel. Under our rate, the Energy Rate Adjustment Program, those consumers in the most vulnerable bracket pay zero on the base rate. And so I brought a chart
Yeah, show it to us.
to make sure I ask those excellent, hardworking people at BPL to show us the comparison of Grand Bahama charges and their rates and BPL's. So in this line, because PM would have spoken about residential, we'll go here. Over about users using 351 to 800 kWh, 11.95 cents. Grand Bahama power charges 22.87 cents. Commercial consumers using 0 to 20,000 kilowatt hours, and BPL, they pay 14.5 cents. In Grand Bahama, they pay 20.20 cents.
Oh, no. No, man.
General service, large consumers, 0 to 100 kilowatt hour. They pay 10 cents. In Grand Bahama, 17.30 cents. Okay? Industrial, not applicable. And here, they have their rates. And then you look at storm recovery.
Yes.
Nothing on BPL's line. Nothing. But here, there are rates. And that's what the Prime Minister was referring to, the member for Cat Island, when he spoke earlier and said there are other charges and fees that exist
So they could see
on
the
the
evidence.
rate sheet of Grand Bahama Power that does not exist on the rate sheet of BPL. We've had storms.
Come on. There you have it. Right now.
So when anyone questioned whether the cost will go down for Grand Bahamians, after the Grand Bahama Power comes under the ownership of government,
The people
this
of the Bahamas.
is clear
That's right.
that every other Bahamian living outside of Grand Bahama, either in New Providence or Family Island, is paying the rate under BPL headline. Everyone in Grand Bahama is paying the rate you see under Grand Bahama. That is not uniformity. And that is why the cost is so great for Grand Bahamians when it comes to electricity. And that is what we're talking about when we talk about complete energy reform. Transforming it and bringing the cost down just by them coming under the same tariff structure as BPL.
That equals progress to me.
Progress,
That's what that is.
right?
That's the end of that.
Madam Speaker, what we have described today is not a vision. It is a transformation already underway. And like I said, the results are being felt. The new energy era at its core is about fairness, responsibility, and the future of the Bahamas. Electricity isn't a luxury.
No.
It is a necessity.
Yes.
And when the system doesn't work, it's those who are already struggling, Madam Speaker, who feel it first
And most.
and feel it the hardest.
Yes.
What we are building is a system that reduces that burden, improves access, and ensures that no community, no island, no Bahamian
is left behind.
left behind.
Yeah.
This is not where we started, but it is exactly where we said we would go.
That's right.
A system that is more reliable, more resilient, more affordable,
Yes.
more sustainable, and most importantly, one that reflects our responsibility.
To the
Everyone who
people.
stood up earlier and who
Yes.
can come behind me knows our responsibility in this
right.
house,
That's
first and foremost, is to the people we serve.
That's right.
One energy system,
That's right.
one Bahamas. Madam Speaker, I support these resolutions.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Long Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, I'm honored to rise in this place to represent the wonderful people of Long Island. Madam Speaker, I've had the opportunity to be my own MP. I am my MP. I've had the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to serve my home people, the people from whence I came. And I believe, Madam Speaker, without a doubt, that this has been the honor and privilege of my life. Madam Speaker, I'm getting the impression, Madam Speaker, that today could possibly be, I'm getting the impression, Madam Speaker, that today could possibly be the last sitting of the House, though I'm not certain of that, but I'm getting that impression. And Madam Speaker, if it is so, Madam Speaker, at the end of my contribution, I'll just use about the first 15 on the resolution and bills, and the last 15 on Long Island. And Madam Speaker, I listened to the member for Fort Charlotte as I was driving here this afternoon. And I've told the member for Fort Charlotte this many times, many times. Oh yes, oh yes. He was my MP at one time, But of course, you know, my home is in Long Island, so yes, that's where I have voted. But Madam Speaker, I listened to the member coming here today, and I remember in college, all the way back 20-something years ago, and I told him this. There was an article he wrote called The Haitian Problem, and I had an English class where we critically analyzed that. And sometime last year, I believe it was, I saw a copy of that essay that I had written, and I came in here and I said, man, I remember you from all the way back then. So I had an appreciation for him. And then, of course, Madam Speaker, whilst I'm not a Buffalo soldier from that side, I have, Madam Speaker, a copy of his pamphlet and his book that when he ran to be leader. He knows that. And I've had that for years, you know? And so, and I believe, Madam Speaker, that honestly, political colors aside, he espoused some really good ideas and points that I thoroughly agree with. And if you go through some of my commentary, whether I was writing a column or in this place over the years, you'll see where some of our positions align with our outlook for our country. And as I listened to him coming in here, he talked about the former Prime Minister, Mr. Christie. And Madam Speaker, I remember, I think we were, it had to be this area called Mason's Edition, if I'm not mistaken. We were in a church, this was many years ago, long before I came into politics. And Mr. Christie had lost. He was Prime Minister, he lost, and he was opposition leader at the time. And I happened to be sitting in the pew. Now, I was writing these columns. Even though there was a picture, when people saw me in person, they didn't really recognize me. And so I saw Mr. Christie, and it seemed like he did. Anyhow, we ended up talking, right? And I gotta say, I used to hit Mr. Christie and his administration hard, Madam Speaker. I had my views. And Madam Speaker, after Mr. Christie and I finished talking in that church, and I want to speak about, see, I believe him to be an honorable man, decent man. After we finished speaking in that church, Mr. Christie tore a yellow piece of paper out of a little pad or something he was traveling with. He wrote his house number, cell number, his aid numbers on that piece of paper. And you know, Madam Speaker, I have that paper to this day. And this was more than 10, 15 years ago, right? I think that as a serious piece of memorabilia when you consider that he actually, and the memory of it, that he did that then, right? Despite the fact that I was his columnist who was very critical of him. And so and then of course, you know, in bar school, I ended up playing Mr. Christie in a Eugene DePuch law school play. And I contrast that to a situation I had last year, where I was in an interview, and someone on my side, who I would have also been critical of in terms of when they were a minister, I gave them an F when they were a minister. And man, this person, when I got that, he castigated me. This column that he spoke about, I couldn't even remember writing this, how many years had passed, Madam Speaker, 20-something years or thereabouts, 20 years at least. And he castigated me. This was now his time to get a hit back for this column I'd written many years ago. I didn't say anything wrong about him. I assessed his performance as a minister and gave him an F. And so I always appreciated that meeting where I was able to see statesmanship despite us being on different sides of the divide. Madam Speaker, I want to get into these, my contribution with respect to the resolution and the bills, and I'll return to some other comments with respect to Long Island. Madam Speaker, today we are asked to approve a series of resolutions that collectively speak to housing development, healthcare expansion, energy sector intervention, and the increasing use of sovereign guarantees as a policy tool. We have two resolutions here that speak to the conveyance of Crown land for housing purposes. And the member for Carmichael, the Minister of Housing, you know, I often say the member for Carmichael is my former lecturer, right? And you know, and the reality is I have a great appreciation for him. He knows that. We have long history. Madam Speaker, we see that some 68 acres is being sought for conveyance for housing purposes in Exuma. And the reality is, Madam Speaker, I think we should extend these housing initiatives throughout the islands of the Commonwealth, these major islands, because there is a need for service land, there is a need for family island housing expansion, there is a need for structured subdivisions. I think it would also be an economic stimulus to islands like mine, and I think it would be of great support to low and middle income citizens. But Madam Speaker, as it relates to this, to the Exuma conveyance, some of the questions I have is, what is the development plan for these lands? We haven't heard that. Is it just housing? Is it, you know? So it's to create a subdivision. Okay, all right, okay. And over what timeline will this development occur? You know, what infrastructure funding? Has infrastructure funding been secured? Whether that's road, drainage, water, electricity? Has any feasibility or subdivision design been completed? And based on what the member for Carmichael is saying, the subdivision design has been completed. And he's showing me the subdivision design. Okay, how many houses, Carmichael? Plenty? Plenty? All right. All right. What will be the pricing model? Particularly, you know, when you look at these homes on the islands, what will be the pricing model for these homes? You know, will the lots be sold, leased, allocated through some other mechanisms, or will it all be houses? You know? And how will the allocation process work with respect to who gets a home? And so, Madam Speaker, that's some of my queries as relates to the housing project in Exuma. With respect to the Pit Road land conveyance, right? We see that there's an additional parcel of some 3 acres in Pit Road being transferred. Now, I happen to also hear the member for Carmichael coming in here, because one of the queries I have, I was like, man, this is small, 3 acres. You know, I said, this must be for some kind of green space. But I listened to him explain what the situation was, and I have an appreciation for that. However, the question is this: if you are Carmichael, through you, Madam Speaker, if the member for Carmichael is moving the individuals from where they currently are to this new site, will the former site now be taken over by government? And will that, well, maybe you could answer again. I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. And so, Madam Speaker, I am curious as to that. There's no dispute, Madam Speaker, that housing access is a pressing concern, and we understand that mobilizing land would expand supply and improve affordability. Madam Speaker, given the size of that piece of property in the Pit Road area, how many opportunities, how many housing opportunities will this parcel create? Is this part of a broader, well, I guess it should be part of the broader housing strategy in that area, or is this a standalone initiative? What will the traffic impact be like? Has that been assessed in the Pit Road, Boyd Road corridor? What provisions will be made for utilities, parking, green space, and community facilities? Will private developers be engaged, or will the government act as the sole developer? And so, Madam Speaker, I appreciate that the government is seeking to provide housing. I believe we should also move to modernize our housing policy. And I believe that if we are looking at, because this resolution does not state how many units. It doesn't speak to the number of units. That's the reality of it. So hence my questions. It doesn't speak to the development timeline, the financing model, cost recovery, or beneficiary selection. And that's a recurring theme across both of the resolutions. Now, Madam Speaker, as it relates to the housing policy, I think we should modernize housing policy to include rent-to-own homes. Obviously, focusing on young professionals. And when it comes to housing policy in New Providence, I think we should, in terms of urban design standards, be keen to also incorporate green spaces and community amenities, parks, because we have seen many of these housing subdivisions developed without sizable parks and green spaces. I can cite one right now, particularly in New Providence, and then also factoring in storm resilience, because we have seen areas in New Providence, Madam Speaker, where there are homes built that are constantly flooding with the slightest or some heavy rainfall, and we know the areas, in particular Pinewood and other places, where persons have serious flooding challenges due to houses being built in flood basins and places where it shouldn't have been built. Madam Speaker, with respect to the Public Hospitals Authority and that resolution, my guarantee. Madam Speaker, the expansion of public health care, the capacity is needed in this country. Physical therapy services, Madam Speaker, is underprovided in the Bahamas, and I believe that medical service or medical training infrastructure is useful. However, Madam Speaker, this resolution seeks to add another $34 million to an existing $75 million that has in recent months been borrowed for or been guaranteed for the Public Hospitals Authority. Madam Speaker, that's a total now of $109 million. Madam Speaker, I believe, given the poor state of healthcare in the Bahamas, I believe in expanding public healthcare infrastructure. I believe it's necessary. However, Madam Speaker, given this resolution, there are some broader fiscal considerations. Madam Speaker, I can't hear myself for the member for Carmichael. Madam Speaker, the member for Carmichael isn't abiding by the rules. I can't hear myself, Madam Speaker, and I'm a member on the floor. I'm a member on the floor, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're all equal in this place, Madam. We're all equal in this place, Carmichael. Carmichael pulled out the professor card on me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a sovereign guarantee does not immediately appear as public debt. We know that. But it represents a contingent liability that may crystallize in the future. And so this means that if the Public Hospitals Authority cannot service this borrowing, the Bahamian people will end up having to do it. And therefore, I ask a couple of questions. What will be the full purchase price of this facility? Is the full purchase price $34 million? Does that include any retrofitting? Was an independent valuation conducted? What upgrades or capital works will be required post-acquisition? What is the projected annual operating cost? Will this facility run at a deficit? And if so, how large? And staffing, Madam Speaker, how will staffing be structured? How will new hires be required? I can tell you, Elizabeth, Long Island don't do that, Elizabeth. I can tell you that. I can tell you that, Elizabeth. How does this acquisition, Madam Speaker, integrate with Princess Margaret Hospital in terms of capacity planning? What services will be decentralized? How will patient flow be managed? Madam Speaker, what impact will this have on the waiting times and specialist access? How does this fit into our national health infrastructure plan? Madam Speaker, what is the expected patient volume? What is the break-even analysis, the staffing model? Madam Speaker, notwithstanding this resolution, we must confront a broader reality, Madam Speaker, in the Bahamas, and that is that healthcare in the Bahamas is under an enormous strain. Emergency rooms are overcrowded, waiting times are unacceptable, staff morale is challenged, infrastructure deficits are evident, equipment maintenance issues persist, and many Bahamians still struggle to access timely and affordable care. And against that backdrop, Madam Speaker, we must ensure that any new borrowing genuinely improves outcomes, not merely expands liabilities. We need systemic healthcare reform. Improving healthcare is absolutely essential. Madam Speaker, with respect to Long Island healthcare, we talk about all these borrowing, healthcare acquisitions and so on, but we live a reality on the island, Long Island in particular, where we have some serious healthcare concerns. I'm sent here to represent the people of Long Island, Madam Speaker, and their concerns I will speak to in this place. We had an IDB-funded project, some works to be undertaken at the Dedensky Clinic. That was canceled. We had some promised works for the Ministry of Health for the Sims Community Clinic that have not materialized. So both clinics in Long Island have fallen into a bit of disrepair, some challenges. There's an ongoing need, Madam Speaker, for consistent and reliable medicine supplies. We need the additional ambulance. We have 2 ambulances there, but the one I had from Alive, I understand that they're not using it, it's not operable, so operational, they should send in an ambulance, because Long Island is quite long, Madam Speaker. You cannot have one ambulance to service an island more than 80 miles long. Madam Speaker, even as these clinic renovations are pursued, our telemedicine capacity and our telemedicine capability must be installed. Basic lab services must be introduced, because a person shouldn't have to come to Nassau, Madam Speaker, to do simple blood works. That doesn't make any sense. And then, of course, Madam Speaker, we have very limited diagnostic services on the island. Very limited, no access really to specialist care. You have to travel to Nassau for that. So these are all things I believe that are of concern to my people, that we would like to have the government address. The morgue building, I've spoken to the minister and the member for Tall Pines many a times about the morgue and having the morgue cooler that sits outside and the compressor installed in the building. I've been told that the building is going to be constructed. We're still waiting on that building because the morgue, quite frankly, is exposed to the elements and rotting outside. Madam Speaker, my constituents frequently express anxiety about whether adequate care will be available when urgently needed. And I think about people like Amber Constantakis, who have serious anxiety with respect to the healthcare situation in Long Island. Madam Speaker, with respect to banks or bank fees and poor service, and I want to address bank fees before I speak to some of the issues again, or some points I want to make reference to in my constituency. Madam Speaker, Bahamians continue to face high and sometimes opaque bank fees for basic services. Bahamians are often charged for monthly account maintenance, ATM withdrawals, teletransactions, check processing, wire transfers, card replacement, overdraft penalties. Even maintaining a simple account at a bank, Madam Speaker, can become expensive. No, I do not. So, Madam Speaker, for low-income persons, this discourages, Madam Speaker, financial inclusion. We have customers, Madam Speaker, who experience long lines, limited teller access, and reduced branch hours. I mean, from COVID, they haven't extended their hours to the hours that it was before, right? Which is a disadvantage to the public. Madam Speaker, those of us on the Family Islands, we face serious access challenges due to branch closures and reduced services and banking. So banking access is effectively rationed by geography in this country, Madam Speaker. And so that has impacted businesses, payroll access, elderly customers, government service payments. And of course, you know, on the islands, we struggle severely with internet reliability issues. Internet reliability varies from island to island. So small businesses, Madam Speaker, also suffer with slow loan processing and stringent collateral requirements. There's a growing concern, Madam Speaker, that competition in the banking sector remains limited. And I've been one of the persons here saying we need to broaden this sector, invite Bahamians to open banks and credit unions, because as it stands, the service leaves, or the lack of service leaves much to be desired. Madam Speaker, I think that the government and the central bank should move to require banks to publish clear fee comparison tables, to notify customers before they just go making these fee increases, and simplify fee structures. Madam Speaker, I believe that we should create low-cost or no-fee account options. And I've seen what the central bank has said, but we need to go further than that. Madam Speaker, the central bank must explore minimum branch or ATM coverage requirements, family island service obligations, and digital standards. And we also need to encourage fintech entry, Madam Speaker. Government could modernize licensing, enable digital-only banks, and support payment innovation. And this would increase competition, as well as broadening, like I said, the amount of persons or entities in banking in the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, we know that small businesses have challenges with getting money from banks. So some of the policy tools that we shouldn't look at doing is, partial credit guarantees. Government should seek to cause banks to target lending quotas, particularly as it relates to small businesses. Madam Speaker, I'm looking to see how this Ombudsman office takes effect, particularly when it comes to concerns. We need definitely have a banking ombudsman or some kind of banking ombudsman function. I believe this is important when you consider some of the exorbitant fees and issues that many Bahamians are facing as it relates to the banking sector in the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, before I conclude, I want to thank the people of Long Island, because I do not know if this is our last time here in this session. I want to thank the people of Long Island for their support, for always having my back. I want to thank them for giving me the opportunity to serve them, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my association, Madam Speaker, who supported me in my first term, who supported me in 2021 when it was time to be renominated again, and who supported me again in 2026. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my family, my grandparents, my entire family. My oldest son tells me, look, man, I gave up how many years he gave up as a child for me to be while I'm on the political front line, sharing his time with the public, and those of us who are parents with young children, we all can speak to that. He always tells me this, and I thank him for being so patient and generous. Madam Speaker, I want to say something to the people of Long Island. I've received many of your calls and your texts and your WhatsApp messages. And I've also received messages through many of my supporters and long-standing generals across the island, Madam Speaker. And I want you to know, Long Islanders, that I have been listening. But before I tell you a little more on that, I want to say to you that during my tenure, we promised to get you that airport, and that promise has been delivered. We started under the F&M administration, and the airport is now afoot under the current administration. We promised to extend the waterworks, and we delivered more than $15 million worth of waterworks. So places like Salt Pond and the capital, Clarencetown, got water for the first time, Madam Speaker. Tanks were put in far-flung communities where the tank in the particular community would service that community. Madam Speaker, we undertook millions of dollars worth of road works in my first term, many miles, and we did it again in my second term. So throughout my tenure, Madam Speaker, no matter which party is in office, throughout my tenure we delivered on these promises. Madam Speaker, We assisted the schools with works. We put lights on the airport. We repaired lights. We got 2 ambulances for Long Island. We paved the Columbus Monument Road. We developed the Columbus Monument site. We built the Newton Key Bridge and put walking stairways and so on over at Newton Key. We did boat ramps, brought in fire bowsers to fight fires, dredge channels. We're currently building picnic tables for distribution throughout the island. I commissioned Mr. Pedro Cartwright to do that. He's currently doing that. That's from your constituency fund. Sponsored many sporting events, Madam Speaker, from trips to trophies. Took care of our teachers and our civil servants. Generators for all hurricane shelters. All the hurricane shelters I got generators for throughout the island. You know, during the last election, they even lied and say those generators belong to water and sewage. And those generators were purchased from the constituency fund and were sitting in the constituency office. But they were distributed to all of the hurricane shelters on the island, as well as some of the emergency areas or facilities. Madam Speaker, we delivered on agriculture support, millions of seeds and farming kits, advocated for banking. I talked about hurricane supplies, distributing hurricane supplies. In fact, Madam Speaker, we have a shipment of construction supplies on island right now that we will be distributing to assist persons who had some damage from Hurricane Melissa. We're going to clear that, and that should be available next week. Madam Speaker, clinic repairs. We put a 265,000-gallon water plant there, tanks, booster stations, 400-foot wells, etc. Developed a gym at NGM Major, sponsored and supported that. AC units at schools and fans, support for the basketball jamboree, support for musical instruments to the students and the marching bands, the churches, supported the regattas, the Long Island Cancer Society, the Old Folks Home, our Ladies Friendship Club, and so many other initiatives we have undertaken, Madam Speaker, too numerous to mention here at this moment. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to say to the people of Long Island, having received your calls, text messages, and WhatsApp messages, that I have been listening. And I have been carefully considering everything that you have said to me. I've been in deep thought, Madam Speaker, about the path ahead. And Madam Speaker, I've been doing so with seriousness, with humility, and with profound respect for you, the people of Long Island. Madam Speaker, I believe it is important to reflect and to consult and to act only when satisfied that the course I take is one that best serves Long Island and the future we all desire. Madam Speaker, everybody in here wants to, the House is quiet. Everybody in here wants to know. Everybody in here wants to know. Everybody here wants to know. Madam Speaker, can I have another 2 minutes, please? Another minute, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. I will not rush this moment, Madam Speaker. When I speak further, Madam Speaker, I intend to do so with clarity and conviction in a manner that reflects the will and the aspirations of the people of Long Island, Madam Speaker. And I intend to do so, Madam Speaker, in a short course. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marathon.
Good night, Madam Speaker. And good night, colleagues.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the great constituents of Marathon. And Madam Speaker, before I start, I would like to say thank you to the member for Exuma, to the member for Grand Bahama, that's Pine Ridge, and the member of Yamacraw
who came to pay us a visit in Marathon just on yesterday evening. And they had an opportunity to meet with some of the residents that's in Poland 11. And they were excited, the Poland division of the great member of Golden Gates.
I saw your mom's house.
And so the residents received them all and us gladly. And so I want to thank those residents for allowing us in your home and having good conversations with us. And Madam Speaker, Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados once reminded the international community that small states must make up for their size through courage, cooperation, and strategic decision-making. And our very own Prime Minister Davis said that the true measure of leadership is not in promises made, but in lives improved. And I won't be long tonight, Madam Speaker, but there is one of the resolutions that touch dear to my heart. And Madam Speaker, I would say that I rise in support of all of the resolutions because each of them in different ways protects that stability and protects opportunity for Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, the resolution concerning Project Spark speaks directly to protecting critical infrastructure in Grand Bahama, and that remains a national priority. Grand Bahama has faced serious challenges over the years. Many of us would agree. Storm damage, economic slowdown, population decline. Our census data showed over 4,000 residents leaving between 2010 and 2022. And Madam Speaker, when people leave, that is not just numbers. That is skills leaving, that is experience leaving, that is economic potential leaving. This is why stabilizing infrastructure matters. Because when systems are stable, confidence improves, and when confidence improves, investment follows. And when investment follows, opportunity grows. And that is why this resolution is so necessary. Madam Speaker, the resolution supporting energy stability is also a practical and responsible decision. Because when electricity is unreliable, it is the ordinary Bahamians who feel it the most. And those ordinary Bahamians will be small business owners, restaurant operators, barbers, entrepreneurs just trying to build something. Madam Speaker, regional data shows small businesses can lose up to 15% productivity because of unreliable power. That is real income being affected, real pressure on families. Supporting stability in our energy systems is really about protecting people. People who depend on those systems, or these systems, every single day. And that is why supporting this resolution is the responsible thing to do. Madam Speaker, stability also has a human side. And that is what the Pit Road resolution speaks to. The stability that comes from ownership, and this is one that is very personal to me, because Pit Road is not just somewhere. It is part of the environment that helps shape who I am. Madam Speaker, I was born and raised until 5 years old in Pit Road. Wow. This is the picture. I dig up everywhere for this picture. And if the residents can see, it should be on the screen. Hopefully Mr. Bowe would put that up. Look at this. This is the house, one of those same houses on top of the hill. It's still there. So I am 5 years old and my mommy is just fighting to fix my hair. I ain't cried yet. And so I found this And my mother, she had me when she was 17 years of age. I was born Pitt Road and lived in the nice little wooden house on top of the hill. My grandmother bought that house. Her name is Vernita Kelly Fox. She bought that house in 1967. The house is still there. Where my mom, like I said, we stayed in this wooden house until 1981. I was 5 years old. And my Grammy sold this house to Margie Johnson and Alexander Johnson. They both died. But her son still resides in that home, Michael Johnson. And that is when we moved to our home in Marathon. And of course, this here is a nice picture. When I was living in the Pitt Road, I was 3 years old. This is in the yard of St. John's Church. So my two aunts, who's right there, they live in Marathon with my mom in the same house. So at that time, they used to try to control me, right? So I asked them, who in control now, right? In the baby picture. And so many persons I remembered from the Pitt Road. Many of them have died. And our good member for Fort Charlotte would have given some of the names. Enid Dean, she died that's January, February 2026. And her kids still live there. My grandpa, when he was married, island talk, my grandma and my grandpa. So my grandpa, my grandmother was married to him, and I remember him being there, but he died before we moved. And his name was Harry Kelly. And of course, my only godmother, she lived in Pitt Road. I believe that is where my mother met her, right? And they were friends. And her name is Louise Bean. And she got married to Knowles. So she moved in Southern Shores now. She's 75 years old. And she's voting for Obie Roberts. Yeah. I also remember persons like Hardy Dean. Hardy Dean, who passed on. He lived there for so many years. And Bridget Brown Burroughs, she moved out. Barbara Thompson, that's my sister godmother. Their house is still there, and her sisters still live there. Then we have Erica Bean, who was a descendant from there. She's moved out. Cheryl Hanna is a descendant. Cheryl's daughter is the one where we get that good food for cabinet, Cheryl's daughter. And she still lives there. And of course, I would like to say a special thank you to the Member of Parliament for Fort Charlotte, Mr. Alfred Sayers, for your years of contribution and what you've done to an area that I never even told you about, eh? No, I didn't. Some things are good secrets, best kept secrets until the moment reach, right? Yes. And so I would also say thank you to the candidate, that's Sebastian, for the repairs and the remodeling of those homes, and that is one of the homes that he's remodeling. Yeah. And so there is, I don't know, Mr. Sayers, if you remember, there is a day that they call Pitt Road Day that the descendants and the residents put together. So now they haven't had it for a few years. So I told my godmother and I told all the Cheryl those who usually come together, this is the, man, listen, because them homes being repaired and remodeled, this is the best time to go back to the Pitt Road Day. And so, Mr. Sayers, before you leave, you have to make sure Pitt Road Day go down. Madam Speaker, is one of these same Nassau communities where hard-working Bahamian families build their lives through discipline and sacrifice so their children can have better opportunities. Yes. And I'm really grateful to the member for Carmichael for this fine, great opportunity of acquisition. Because we look at people every day and we think we know them, hey? And we make up stories about them, but we really don't know where people come from. We don't know where people build their strength from. We don't know their foundation. And so that is why when you see a woman or a man You call them sir?
Yes.
Oh, ma'am.
Yes. Ma'am. Yes.
Madam Speaker, growing up in Pitt Road, I remember this is places where you see parents making sacrifices. You see neighbors supporting each other. And I was looking for that picture. Madam Speaker, I know y'all would have laughed. So there's a picture I have with a tin tub. You remember the tin tub years ago which used to bathe in? So these same two women, so they put me in this big silver tin tub, and they have a pillow sitting in the tin tub, and I'm sitting in the tin tub with my undershirt and pampers on and watching them, swing. So I said to them when I saw it, I say, so y'all think I didn't want to swing too? So I used to be in the tin tub on that same stone, that stone that's on the Pitt Road Park. They put me on top of that. I'm going, yes. Madam Speaker, Madam Caesar, oh my God, from whence we come. Look how far God has brought us from. My God. So, Madam Speaker, when we look at the resolutions together, they represent and reflect responsible leadership. Protecting critical infrastructure, protecting economic stability, expanding pathways to ownership. Because protecting things means protecting opportunity for Bahamian people, Madam Speaker. If we want people to stay and build their lives here in the Bahamas, they must see opportunity here. Yes. If we want communities to remain strong, families must see a path to stability. And if we want our economy to remain competitive, we must protect the systems that support it. And these resolutions help us move in that direction. And Madam Speaker, I would want to say to our Bahamian residents, voters, both young and old and not so old, do not risk turning this country back into a breakdown state.
Failed state.
Do not risk
A fiscal cliff.
of putting the country in a position
Fiscal cliff.
where it's stop, review, and cancel position.
That's them right there. That's a honorable
Continue to build and support those who want to build a better Bahamas, a place where all Bahamians who live abroad
thinking about it.
will be excited to return,
I gotta wait till you-
a place where young persons can gain skills, academic advancement, and opportunity in this country. And Madam Speaker, while I would say to the residents, and I know this is such a bold statement and a bold step to say, I would ask you on this day to choose and vote for that or those individuals whom you know can push this country forward from where we are now, and we're even in a better place than we was 5 years ago. And the only people that I can think about in my mind is those under the Davis administration. While everybody may not be sitting in the House today,
Mother said it real.
choose Miles LaRota for Pinewood. Choose Glennis Hannah Martin for Angliston. Choose Pia Glover Rose for Golden Gates. Choose Zane Lightburn for Yamacraw. Choose Jobette Colby Davis for Elizabeth. Choose Leon Lundy, that's North and Central.
South and Central.
South and Central. Bean and Grantstown. Wade Watson. Kirk Cornish for North Abaco. Wayne Monroe for Freetown. Mario Boleg for Golden God Mills.
God knows.
Then we have Jomo Campbell, Centerville.
Yes.
The only Keith Bell for Carmichael.
Michael.
And Lisa Ramming for Marathon.
Yes, yes. Wow.
All of, and of course, the great member for Exuma, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis.
Hold on. No.
Cat Island, sorry.
Time to go.
Exuma.
Time to
I, Chester Cooper. And the Speaker. We just wanted to, we wanted to remain neutral, because you'll probably start jumping about your seat.
Better choose the Speaker
And of
for
course,
Done.
Patricia DeVoe the only choice for Bamboo Town.
Got it right.
Madam Speaker, for these reasons, I and the members of Marathon, we accept these resolutions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many are in favor, I ready to go. I ready to go. It's been a long.
Been a long day. I am never long-winded. Madam Speaker, I know the hour is late. I intend to be under that. I intend to do this in 7 minutes.
Thank you
Because
very
I
much.
want to start from the
Obama
outright.
say he could be 5.
I start from the outright saying, Madam Speaker, that I support these 5 resolutions today. These very important resolutions that I think were debated, especially from our side, as always from our side, straight to the point, very clear for the public to understand, and it's all built on progress. In Yamakroa, we have a number of initiatives that I must give homage to my team, a strong team that has represented and been working hard for the people of Yamakroa, the Bahamians that live there. And this includes the full restoration of a basketball court on Commonwealth Boulevard, which includes the swings, which includes the new basketball rims, the paving and striping of the court, the repair and restoration of the Colony Village Park, the bridge that goes across a nice pond and the restoration of that pond, lights and Wi-Fi on various parks, including that one, the opening of a transfer station that has seen a dramatic decrease in this indiscriminate dumping of waste and bushes, the implementation of community welcome signs, which add to the community, our ongoing community cleanups, bulk waste initiatives, the Yamakroa hydroponic and agriculture program, the Yamakroa Youth STEM program, our after-school homework programs, the free breakfast initiatives. We know that the Thelma Gibson School was just added to the breakfast initiative, the morning breakfast initiative, so they are certainly happy about that. The monthly Zumba programs and outdoor fitness programs. We are big on health and wellness in Yamakroa. We hosted the largest job fairs for the constituency, launched the Yamakroa Farmers Market, and this is an ongoing market for the last 4 years to assist with entrepreneurs. We have about 21 consistent small business vendors, and our regular walkabouts canvassing the sick and shut-in program for the seniors. We treated and pampered some seniors. We had them taken to BTVI, so we partnered with them, and they were pampered. Our senior lunch, and I must commend the honourable member from Carmichael for the Urban Renewal, Yamakroa Urban Renewal Center, and our official opening, soft opening, should be coming soon. This is in the Elizabeth Estates, which includes Yamakroa and Elizabeth, and also the improvements in our public spaces in terms of the road patching, street cuttings, and that type of thing to keep the area safe. Madam Speaker, I just want to say for the Bahamian people that the PLP has been a party for the people, and the promises of bold leadership came through in our leader, the Honorable Philip Edward Brave Davis. They don't call him brave for nothing. And there's a stark difference between leadership, the seasoned, steady leadership of our leader compared to the frantic and sporadic behavior sometimes of the other leaders of the other the side opposite. The last time this country gave the FNM a chance, Madam Speaker, it was under the theme that they say was the people's time. And I just want to remind the public that the honourable member for Marco City, Michael Pintard, the honourable member for St. Barnabas, Sharon Dawn Cartwright, the honourable
honorable member for East Grand Bahama, Crazy Thompson. They all sat there in the cabinet, and they were, well, Shandon Cartwright was almost in the cabinet. Mr. St. Barnabas was almost in the cabinet. He was a senior cabinet member that didn't sit in the cabinet because he was in charge of beaches and parks. We all remember that they stood in this very house. They promised the Bahamian people that it was their time. Shortly after that, they said it's the people's time. Shortly after that, they announced some of their stop, review, and cancel policies on many initiatives. They dumped the National Development Program. They raised VAT by 60%. They ignored and dismantled they ignored and dismissed the unions, and they didn't sign a single agreement in their 5 years. They allowed the healthcare system to crumble. They ignored the housing crisis, and they didn't build one house. They didn't build one house, but they were speaking here about building houses. They canceled sport and paradise programs. They dismantled urban renewal and depleted the police force, fired more than 2,500 public service workers. And they neglected Bamsi and even killed tilapia. And it's amazing that the member from Marco City the other night, after not even having tilapia survive under his watch, would say that he intends to increase in their next term the $1 billion import food budget by half. Now that is amazing for a former Minister of Agriculture not to show one initiative where there was even one program that survived under his watch, to then come with a claim to decreasing now the import food budget by half. I find that amazing. So, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition has pledged to right-size the public service, and so they're signaling to the public what the intention is with their sending people home and stop, review, and cancel. But they'll show their hands this time. You will speak after me.
Honorable member for Samantha.
Just want to correct the member for Yamakroa. Didn't want to disturb his speech, but the member for Marco City never talked about sending public servants home, Madam Speaker. Right. He never said, you said send people home. Yeah, but he hasn't signaled that. He didn't say send. No. Did he say that he's sending people home? He never said that. Yeah, oh, you did say that. He said that he would be sending people home. He never said that. He never said he would be sending people home. Madam Speaker, the honourable member said that the honourable member for Marco City would be sending people home. He said he was sending them. Yeah. So I just want to correct that for the record, Madam Speaker.
Desperate one, too. Speak about desperation. But, Madam Speaker, they have showed their hands. And they have showed their hands this time very early, as clandestine as they may try to be with their new slogan that they work for you. People are not falling for that trick this time. Firstly, I don't trust this new slogan either. I must join in asking the question that the DPM asked, when you say you work for you, who do you work for? Who do they work for? Despite the member for Marco City and East Grand Bahama and others being cabinet ministers for their full 5 years and having all five MPs from Freeport as fellow cabinet ministers, I cannot recall one time that they stood up to the Port Authority and the power company during that time. The power company functioned as an entity that cared less about whether businesses, schools, or even hospitals remained functioning. They enjoyed charging a rate almost a BPL with less than reliable and efficient service. This Davis administration, with a competent Minister of Grand Bahama, Minister of Energy, and of course a competent and steady-handed Prime Minister, have addressed the issue that Grand Bahamians were unfairly subjected to. I know why the opposition hates this, or I don't know why the opposition hates this. They are motivated only by winning the government at any cost, and their politics manual tells them to say anything to win, even if it's not true. That's from their politics manual. The opposition have opposed every initiative that have been good for the Bahamian people in this place. They always say, well, that is not enough, that is not good enough. They still to this day speak doom and gloom and deny the will and resilience of the Bahamian people. Mr. Thompson, East Grand Bahama member, stands in here and predicts doom and gloom on the Bahamian people, and on every initiative he predicts that we will fail. He is counting on the Bahamian people to fail. The opposite happens every time he predicts this failure. For instance, he said that it was in his professional opinion that if we tried to reduce VAT from the 60% that they increased it to, that the country would be destabilized. Today, we have gone beyond that and beyond the promise of VAT off essential foods, because that was that's still their promise today, that they're going to take VAT off essential foods, when we have already taken VAT off all foods. So I don't understand. Maybe they're signaling that they're going to regress. Madam Speaker, we went to 5 and now to 0 on food. Can you imagine that the former Minister of Finance and all of his assertions is so consistent in bad predictions and assessments about money? No wonder we had, that's a former Minister of State for Finance, East Grand Bahama. No wonder we had to first rescue this country from the financial cliff we were on. Madam Speaker, we are not our opponents. They are not us. They talk down our country and our economy all the time. No matter what we accomplish, they are blinded by politics and the desperation to win. They lose because they cannot see, and we can see straight through their shenanigans. When things are up, they tell the people things are down. This shows a lack of vision and a lack of hope. They can't keep a party together, but they tell the people they can keep a country together. This F&M opposition is unserious, as the Deputy Prime Minister said. They want to keep the Hawksbill Creek Agreement, how they made it, and to keep the GB power bills high and unfair in Grand Bahama. Despite our accomplishments and our progress, they repeat that they don't trust anything that's owned by the government, who represents actually the Bahamian people. This is amazing. This is one tone of privatization that they have been repeating, and they're signaling that also, just like they did BTC and what they proposed for BPL in their last manifesto to privatize the company. And then when we found what they were saying was opposite to what they are saying today, they go quiet, mum's the word. The Bahamian people will soon choose progress, because our work and the heart for people will overcome their negativity, their desperate attempt at power. Pound for pound, we are way better as a party and as a government. Our leader, Philip Brave Davis, is miles above their leader. Our leader have never followed a manual of politics. Our leader is not petty. He cares about people. Our leader is respected for his bold stance on climate change and standing up against the oligarchs that want to stifle the growth of this country and of Grand Bahamians. Our leader is the Prime Minister of the Bahamas and is trusted to be a safe choice and the only choice for the progress of this country. The people of Yamoussoukro have seen my work. They have seen the work of this government. They have seen our work as a collective. They have seen our leaders' work. This is why the Bahamian people is choosing progress and the Progressive Liberal Party. That's right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yamoussoukro supports these resolutions.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmani. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I know it's late in the evening. Madam Speaker.
Take them deep. Take them deep.
Madam Speaker, I just find the member for Yamoussoukro's contribution and some of the things that have been said here today just utterly amazing, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to get into that.
Infantile.
Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, I thank Almighty God for allowing me to stand here as the Member of Parliament for St. Barnabas. Amen. In the greatest country in the world, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, a place that I continue to say is a nation, it's an incubator of purpose and talent, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this may in fact be, so it is rumored here and there, this could very well be the last, Madam Speaker, sitting of this House in terms of the makeup of this body and those of us who are here. So I feel that it's utterly important, Madam Speaker, to offer some reflections just initially, Madam Speaker, to offer some reflections that I think is very important, as this may be, and I'm going to be brief, Madam Speaker. Nah, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, like everyone here, I've had a number of experiences in my life and in my short 49 years on this earth, and I pray that God gives me my 50th on September 10th of this year. And it's amazing, I always say, Madam Speaker, when you're going through these experiences in your life, especially as a child and then a teenager, you can't fully appreciate how they would inform your values and your vision, and how they would serve to benefit you down the road in your employment journey, in this case, in Bahamian politics and whatever else God has for us, for me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was very fortunate very early in my life, I believe, to have had families on all parts of New Providence and the Family Island, but particularly here in New Providence. My father from Balls Alley, the Fort Hill, so I'd spend time on the Fort Hill and Camp Road, on Wolf Road and Mount Pleasant, where I grew up, Madam Speaker. That's incidentally, Madam Speaker, part of St. James, Madam Speaker. And all of those experiences that I've had with my great-grandmother, who was from Snug Corner, Acklands, Linda Ferguson Benaby, great-grandfather from Alfonso Benaby from Crooked Island, and my mother and father, and of course my stepfather, who just passed about 2 months ago, who was in my life for about 42 years. All of that helped to shape my view of life and, to a large extent, politics and how I view how the quality of our politics should be. And so when I saw it fit, Madam Speaker, to get into frontline politics, I always said that I would always do my best to serve with a sincerity and a profound sense of heart for people, regardless of their political colors, Madam Speaker, because in fact, every person has the right to support who they want to support. That is the reality, Madam Speaker. I feel very proud, Madam Speaker, that in these first 2 elections, that I've been very fortunate to be victorious, that I've been able to transcend Bahamian politics, like the member for Marcos City and many of our members, Madam Speaker. The truth is that the ability to do so, purely from a political standpoint, obviously, makes you very successful. So I just want to say, Madam Speaker, that this may in fact be the last time that I stand in here as the Member of Parliament for St. Barnabas, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the people of St. Barnabas for the great honor, Madam Speaker, of electing me in 2017 and bringing me back into this House in 2021. Despite the odds, despite the wave, Madam Speaker, they said, boy, Cartwright couldn't win in 2017. And they say, oh, he definitely wasn't going to win in 2021. And the people validated the fact that when you serve people and when you serve them well, they will reward you, Madam Speaker. They will reward you. So I want to thank the people of St. Barnabas, and though I am transitioning to be the next Member of Parliament for St. James when I return, Madam Speaker, I will always be grateful to the people of St. Barnabas, who are in fact family. I've gained new aunts and new mothers and new brothers and sisters who I'm in contact with every day, and I want them to know, Madam Speaker, that Senator Jamal Morse, who's now the candidate for St. Barnabas, will be equally as committed to them, and I will continue to support him and them, Madam Speaker. This is a small country. My number has not changed, and they could still call me, and whatever support I can provide, Madam Speaker, for Senator Jamal Morse, as he becomes the next Member of Parliament for St. Barnabas, Madam Speaker, I will do so, Madam Speaker. And in those constituents in particular who you develop just strong relationships with, I am grateful for their love and their support and their encouragement, Madam Speaker. And one of the great things as I've walked around St. James, it's been humbling, Madam Speaker, truly humbling, that the people have said, you know, Mr. Cartwright, your time in St. Barnabas and what you've given the people of St. Barnabas, your reputation precedes you. We know that you're somebody who cares about the people and have a deep commitment to representation, and we look forward to that level of diligence that you have given over the last 9 years to bring to the people of St. James. You know, when Bahamians say, and you knock on their door and they say, Mr. Cartwright, we know you, and they smile, you know that's a good thing. So I look forward to continue to knock on the doors and really appreciate the fact that that response has been consistent on all areas of St. James, Madam Speaker. I do, Madam Speaker, I know the member for Fort Charlotte has indicated his quote-unquote retirement. I don't know if you really do fully retire from Bahamian politics, but definitely appreciate that in terms of frontline politics and obviously your time in Bahamian politics, that the history books will be kind to you, Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte, and irrespective of the sides we support, the truth is service to country is something that we all should celebrate, because at the end of the day, this country can only prosper and can only continue to evolve, and the Bahamian lives only continue to be enriched, not only obviously by us as politicians, but by all Bahamians. But indeed, I was often reminded when I was first elected and then re-elected that there have been thousands of persons who have been wanting to sit in these assemblies, and some, with all the monies in the world, have not been able to sit in here. Some, with all of the connections in the world, have not been able to sit in here. Some, with all the desires in the world, have not been able to sit in here. And so it continues to be an honor, Madam Speaker, to not only have served one term, but now 2 terms, and God's willing, I believe, the opportunity to serve 3 terms on my behalf, and the honorable member of Fort Charlotte, who has served non-consecutively, Madam Speaker. And so, wish you well, member for Fort Charlotte. I can definitely say we won't agree on who should be the next member of Parliament for Fort Charlotte, but that's okay. We do wish you well, and we thank you for your service to this Parliament, to politics in the country, and the national development of the Commonwealth and the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, this morning the member for Exuma, I just couldn't believe it, Madam Speaker. The member went on this diatribe, Madam Speaker, this diatribe. Yeah, that was a diatribe for him. This diatribe, Madam Speaker. But this is a member, Madam Speaker, who, when they came into office, made all sorts of promises about the hotel in Grand Bahama, about the airport in Grand Bahama, Madam Speaker, and now he is completely silent. So even as we talk about this borrowing of $200 million, $280 million, and we talk about Grand Bahama, I mean, it's unbelievable that the member, and I wish he was here, that the member for Exuma stands up in here and still has not answered lots of questions as it relates to the hotel, as it relates to the airport, as it relates to the funds, in terms of the tourism development.
$10 million.
Well, how much is it?
Clear up the smear campaign.
$10 million to clear up the campaign.
No
but
procurement in the ministry.
no procurement in the ministry, but yet stands up, Madam Speaker, and talks about accountability. We heard early on, Madam Speaker, and I wrote it down, right? The member for Adjournment, the Honorable Prime Minister, said that this government is about making hard choices, Madam Speaker. It's about making hard choices, Madam Speaker. But when you look at the choices they've made, Madam Speaker, this government chose, Madam Speaker, to cut the insurance for the police.
Yes.
Speaking about
Shame on
choices,
them. Shame.
they chose to cut the insurance for the police, Madam Speaker. They chose not to pay the doctors and the nurses, Madam Speaker. Choices that they made, Madam Speaker. They chose, Madam Speaker, to not deal with the issues of pay and health concerns for those workers who were out there today, Madam Speaker, who have all of those issues and have health concerns. They chose not to take care of them, Madam Speaker. It was this government, talking about choices, that spent over $60 million on travel. This government chose that. This government has chosen to ignore the issues relating to members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force. Ask the Police Staff Association. It was this government, Madam Speaker, that chose to spend $1.1 million on one trip. On one trip, Madam Speaker. It was this government. I heard the member for Tall Pines, who was railing against the former Minister of Health in our administration, railing. And what was so ironic, Madam Speaker, that in doing so, he did it in the context of when they came to office, what they met at the hospital during a global pandemic where everything was pressed, where the stress test was at an unbelievable level in every nation around this country. So the question is, that was during a global pandemic. What's their excuse for the situation now as people deal with these issues with the hospital, Madam Speaker? No pandemic.
No Dory.
No supplies, Madam Speaker. No supplies. No medication, Madam Speaker. But the honorable member for Tall Pines, the head of the Nurses Association, said this is the worst it's been in 40 years, but they dismissed that. They said that's one person who represents a group of health professionals, Madam Speaker. So this government has talked about hard choices. The unions are saying that the government isn't honoring their agreements, Madam Speaker. But what do? Every time somebody offers a constructive criticism or a complaint about what this government is not doing, they just dismiss and say, well, you know, they ain't know what they're talking about. They ain't telling the truth. As if the only persons who are telling the truth is this government, Madam Speaker. But the Bahamian people know better. The Bahamian people know better, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to go to this issue, Madam Speaker, that's been on the Bahamian people's minds ever since Madam Speaker, the member for Marco City, in his duty as a member of Parliament, but in particular as the leader of opposition, Madam Speaker, talked about this issue of the passports and the fraudulent passports and the investigations and so forth, Madam Speaker. And what we have said and continue to contend is that the government has not been taking it as seriously as they should. And let me tell you why, Madam Speaker. On Wednesday, March 11, 2026, it was said in the Tribune, Davis, fake voter cards pose no systemic threat. No systemic threat, okay? It means that it ain't a problem. It means that it ain't a big problem.
Isolated.
All right? It means that it ain't a big problem, right? It means a big problem, right?
Isolated.
And I'm quoting, Mr. Davis acknowledged the cases are troubling but said the numbers before the courts are not great enough to raise concerns. Not great enough to raise concerns. The government has acknowledged, Madam Speaker, the government has acknowledged that there are 90, we are desperate, Madam Speaker. We are desperate to make sure, Madam Speaker, that the men and women of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, Madam Speaker, don't have to deal with a Minister of National Security that continues to dismiss their issues, Madam Speaker. So we are desperate. We are desperate on behalf of the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker. We are desperate, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, you know, with this government, Madam Speaker, they never take responsibility, Madam Speaker. They have not taken responsibility the last 5 years. They just point fingers, Madam Speaker. They blame it on glitches. When the nurses can't get paid, they blame it on a glitch, Madam Speaker, right? When other things, then it's an administrative error, Madam Speaker. And then, Madam Speaker, and then, you know, you have that very challenging thing that you can't get a document changed from one format into the next, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. So this government is talking about making hard choices, Madam Speaker. The Bahamian people, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people have determined that this government, and the member for Southern Shores said it. He said that the members of the cabinet only look out for themselves. Their own member said it. Their own member said it. That's what the member for Southern Shores, the member of the Progressive Liberal Party, the member for Southern Shores, but the member for Southern Shores said it. The member for Southern Shores. The member for Southern Shores said it. Say he was protected. Say he was protected.
No one left behind. You divided.
Say he was speaking on behalf. He said he was speaking on behalf of the backbenchers.
Yes.
Speaking on behalf of the backbenchers. You know, say that the cabinet of the Bahamas, they focus on their own political interests. That's what the Progressive Liberal Party member. The Progressive Liberal Party member, said, Madam Speaker. So don't listen to what we say. Don't listen to what we say, Madam Speaker. Listen to their own member, Madam Speaker. Listen to their own member, Madam Speaker. The choice is, Madam Speaker, the choice is, this government has not made the hard choices, Madam Speaker. They did not make the choices that have truly benefited the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker. They've not made it. They've not made it, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, as we get ready for an election, Madam Speaker, the truth is, and the member for Angliston always said it, you know.
Yes,
the member for Angliston always said it. And I just have to say, Madam Speaker, I wanted to tell the member for Exuma, there are many things that I don't like. That the member for Exuma has done, Madam Speaker. But the one thing I did not like, Madam Speaker, when he and others stopped my good cousin from Angliston from speaking at the PLP convention. You'll stop her from speaking at the You'll stop the member from speaking at the PLP convention. Shame on y'all. Y'all forget what that is. Yeah, Exuma. They stopped Angliston from speaking at the PLP convention. We remember. Yeah, we remember. No, we're not unhinged. We remember. That was not good. You was a part of that too? I know you weren't there. You wasn't a part of that. you wasn't there.
That's why they
wasn't
say.
there, right?
That's why they
so like I
say,
say, Madam Speaker.
Members,
Thank you.
It's late.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
This nonsense. Let's wrap this up because it's time now. This is nonsense now.
So you see, Madam Speaker, you know when they throw in the jazz, you know you're telling the truth. Telling the truth, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we prepare for a general election, this version of the Bahamas that this government believes that they have created does not line up with Bahamians are dealing with every single day, Madam Speaker.
That's right, Cartwright.
Every single day. And the truth is, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people will speak
Yes, Cartwright.
loudly and clearly whenever election is called. Loudly and clearly whenever election is called. Because notwithstanding the fact that this government promised a new day, the Bahamian people said that a leopard does not change its spot, Madam Speaker. And say this government, Madam Speaker, say that this government has failed them.
Yes.
Say that this government has failed them, and is failing them, Madam Speaker.
long now.
It's not been a new day. It's not been a new day for them under this government, Madam Speaker.
Long now.
As it relates to
Get your
the,
cube in the bush, like
Madam
Leslie
Speaker,
say.
as it relates to the fiscal structure in the country, Madam Speaker, you remember the talk about the 75? You remember? No problem, Madam Speaker. That's okay. You know, where's the surplus? The surplus has just been talk. The surplus has just been empty rhetoric, because you all have asked the Bahamian people to sacrifice so much. Just like you asked the police to sacrifice their insurances, but yet you still travel. Right? The surplus, well, that's fine. At the end of the day, all the talk about the money that you say, the revenue that y'all got on the backs of the Bahamian people,
Yes.
but yet the Bahamian people has not seen the benefit.
They wasted it.
People are dealing with the cost of living. The university of the, Madam Speaker,
Breaching the rules.
I can't, I got, stand up.
Breaching the rules.
Okay, Madam Speaker, you know, the honorable member, you still, where's that $2.5 million plane that y'all said the national security? Yeah. Like, where's the $2.5 million plane?
Where's that PM
Where is the
plane?
$2.5 million
What did
plane?
y'all put on it? What did y'all put on it?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, St. Barnabas is a curious person in how he phrases things. There was never a $2.5 million plane. There was a plane. There was a plane, Madam Speaker, that, you know, we had drug busts in our time, right? Cocaine busts. They didn't have any, by the way, but I'll talk about that in a minute. But, Madam Speaker, the plane in question, the plane in question, please, Judge.
Members.
Madam Speaker, the $2.5 million plane, I think St. Barnabas is talking about, Madam Speaker, is a plane that was confiscated. A plane that was confiscated. We gotta get out of here, man. We gotta get out of here.
Members. Let's go.
Yeah. Now it can be an hour and a half to that. But, Madam Speaker, the plane St. Barnabas may be speaking about is a plane that was confiscated and a drug transaction that, again, it was budgeted. Monies were budgeted to repair it. When they went to repair it, Madam Speaker, it was determined that it could not be repaired. And since St. Barnabas seems not to grasp what a budget is, because the aircraft was not repaired, it is still on the tarmac in its same condition because it cannot be successfully repaired and registered. And so the budgeted money, Madam Speaker, was not spent.
Thank you.
No, you just...
Man, let's go. Get him, Cartwright.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I prepare, Madam Speaker, as I prepare to take my seat, Madam Speaker,
In St. James.
in what may be, Madam Speaker, in what may be our last time,
Yes.
here,
Yes.
made up with this particular body and these members, Madam Speaker.
You shouldn't talk about votes, Landy.
The government,
Votes, my brother, not you.
the government has spoken about making hard choices,
Talk about votes.
but the Bahamian people feel that the hard choices that they've has been to their detriment.
Yes.
Because the hard choices that this government has made has put them at a deficit.
Yes.
It's caused people not to be paid.
Yes.
It's caused the police not to be paid.
Yes.
The nurses not to be paid.
Yes.
The doctors not to be paid.
Yes.
Union agreements not to be honored.
Yes.
Those are the hard choices that this government has made, Madam Speaker. And the truth is, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day,
Yes, sir.
the most fundamental question that a government must be able to answer, and this government has not answered adequately or efficiently for the Bahamian people when you talk to them, is that, is your life better?
Right.
Is your life better than it was when they came into office?
No, it's not.
And I'm sure if you talk to the
wealthy.
average Bahamian, the cost of living has gone up. This is, in this economy, this is this government's economy, this PLP government's economy that people are suffering under and suffering. The University of Bahama said it. $10,000 a month to live. $10,000 a month to live.
Share battery for
Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I am going to, Madam Speaker, please. Madam Speaker, I am going to end where the member for Marathon ended, where she made a case in her mind to the Bahamian people of why in this upcoming election they should vote or re-elect this present government. And I will say as I close, Madam Speaker, I say to the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker, if what you're experiencing now, so I tell the members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, if what you're experiencing now, if you want what you're experiencing now for another 5 years, or if you don't want it, you need to vote for the F&M, Madam Speaker. And so we tell the nurses and doctors, if you want to be sure that you can get paid on time, vote for the F&M. And we tell the public servants who are out there today, if you want your environment to change and to be sure that we will respect you and make sure, Madam Speaker, that your health care concerns are dealt with, then vote for the F&M, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we say to the country, Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, Madam Speaker, if you want to be sure that you're going to have a government that's going to truly cradle the dreams and your aspirations, Madam Speaker, and deal with real reform on immigration and on crime and in education, you should vote F&M, Madam Speaker. The Bahamian people cannot take 5 more years. The Bahamian people cannot take 5 more years, Madam Speaker, and they're letting this government know that they cannot take 5 more years. And so if you truly want a better day, I tell the Bahamian, if you want a better day, we hear you, we see you, we know we work for you, and voting for the F&M will make your life better, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, I rise again in this honorable place because the Lord woke me up and clothed me in my right mind again. Madam Speaker, and I'm grateful to the people of Freetown who have reposed their trust in me. And Madam Speaker, you know, St. Anne's started with something about qualification for election to the House of Assembly. And he went to 48(1)F. But you know, right above that is the one why I always say that when I get up. Because you're disqualified, or to be qualified, you cannot stand or continue if you're certified to be insane, or otherwise adjudged to be of unsound mind under any law enforced in the Bahamas. And so, Madam Speaker, that is why I say what I say when I stand. I've had my doubts over the 5 years about some other people, Madam Speaker, but you know, we're famous for saying what we think in here, and it's not very important, as we keep trying to say, Madam Speaker, is what one can show. But may I begin, Madam Speaker, by speaking to Fort Charlotte and telling him, through you, that he has given good service. And I'm going to do something, Madam Speaker, that may seem odd. While I was not one of the people shouting, "One leader," I was with the people who were shouting, "One leader." And Madam Speaker, I say that for this reason, and it's just to show how we are different from them. Yes. That one leader did not put Fort Charlotte out to pasture. No. That one leader didn't kick him to the curb while praising the good works he did. That one leader had the courage to take in his group and team somebody who he knew, one, had the desire, and two, had the ability to replace him. That's a good character trait there. That's confidence. That's leadership. And Madam Speaker, that is significant. And then, Madam Speaker, the great lady from Angliston, they always talk about what was done to her. What was done to her. And she contested and wasn't successful either. And guess what, Madam Speaker? After all of that, she might not have spoken, and she lost in the race. She lost in the race, Madam Speaker. But again, leadership on this side is sufficiently confident and sure that she was not kicked to the curb or unceremoniously dumped. Even though, Madam Speaker, she would have been demonstrating herself that she was confident enough to stand up and challenge. And she had the ability to stand up and challenge, Madam Speaker, and she wasn't kicked to the curb or ceremoniously retired. And that, again, is a very good character trait, Madam Speaker. And like Tom Hanks says in Forrest Gump, that's all I have to say about that. Madam Speaker, we've heard quite a lot. And we heard the impassioned plea of St. Barnabas. And he says, Madam Speaker, if the public servants who got no service-wide promotions, had no increments during their time, who has gotten service-wide promotions, some people in my ministry have been promoted 3 times. If they are not better off than when they got no promotions, they should vote for them. So he's saying to public servants, if you don't like your promotions, if you don't like the restoration of your increments, vote for them. That's his argument. And he's saying to the unions, and they actually sued a union when the union tried to sit down and negotiate a collective bargaining agreement. They put them in court. And Madam Speaker, what they are saying to the unions are, If you aren't satisfied with how many industrial agreements? 61 industrial agreements that you have signed that creates an obligation that you can sue on when we gave you none. So if you prefer no agreements to 61 agreements, vote for us. That's what they say. That is exactly what they say. Madam Speaker, you know, the thing about it, as the young folks say, is this. It isn't as if the Bahamian people didn't just speak, when was that, December? November. November, that's how much? November, December, January, February, not even 6 months ago. Clearly, Madam Speaker, the voters in Golden Isles chose progress and demonstrated at the ballot box who the choice is. And so all of this talk, Madam Speaker, as I say, we understand desperation. But Madam Speaker, if I may just quickly respond because it is late. The old gravamen of what I heard following from Marco City wasn't blah, 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 you know. What I heard falling, the gravamen of the argument of Marco City that I heard wasn't blah, blah, blah. It was, we agree that this is an intolerable situation. We have done nothing about it for 4.5 years. You are doing something about it, but we think you should stop and not do anything about it right now. That is the argument, as we say in the courts, on a thumbnail, eh? We did nothing about it. It's a serious problem. It's vexing. We live in Grand Bahama. Marco City does. It's in Grand Bahama. East Grand Bahama, by definition, is in Grand Bahama. And you must remember, Madam Speaker, they had all of them at one point, you know, and in the cabinet. We did nothing for 4.5 years. You now lined up to do something, but we think you should stop and do nothing. And just answer 10 questions. Now, Madam Speaker, the thing that I say is also very telling is this question of why now? As if the Prime Minister, member for Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador woke up and said in February, you know what? I need to have something to bring to the House at the end of March. So let me put this $280 million thing together in 2 months. And so, Madam Speaker, what next happens is when you read the actual resolution, Madam Speaker, what you read is there's a consortium of banks, which I think Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador, and I would know anyway, that takes some time to put together. Because it's not one bank, it's a consortium. So it's a bunch of them working out how they're going to do this, and then you talk with the person who you're funding. And then, Madam Speaker, you have to structure it. And these banks who are advancing $200 million, $80 million, they have lawyers who have to ensure that the transaction is properly documented, properly set out. And that's it. And so, Madam Speaker, again, they seem not to understand how you do business. And that speaks as to who the Bahamian people should choose as well. Now, Madam Speaker, the questions from East Grand Bahama were strange. He said, what is being transferred? Is the equipment being transferred? And what else is it? And you know, all you had to do was read the second recital in the resolution. I know it's boring, Madam Speaker, but we're supposed to be debating these resolutions. And so I understand how they got bored and didn't bother to read, Madam Speaker, and whereas the company is a special purpose vehicle wholly owned by the government of the Bahamas, and this is what its purpose is, for the purpose of acquiring all the ordinary voting shares of the Grand Bahama Power Company Limited. Well, those of us, Madam Speaker, who have some exposure to company law knows that when you buy all the shares, you own the company. East Grand Bahama has that exposure. The fact that he asked that question, I would say, Madam Speaker, should demonstrate to the Bahamian public that he is being disingenuous. Madam Speaker, the other matter that was raised by East Grand Bahama is this, and it has some valid point to it. He says, in Grand Bahama, what have we finished? Well, when Grand Bahama votes, Grand Bahama will have to decide, when you all had all F&M MPs all in the cabinet, what did they finish in Grand Bahama? That's going to be the question. Because, Madam Speaker, things at least are in motion. And they may rail as much as they can, but this is where I part company sharply with Kalani. When you go to the polls, you are choosing a government. That's what you're choosing. And when one looks at it like this, I can understand why Kalani would say what he did. But if somebody selects Kalani, Kalani can execute no policy whatsoever. So what people will be selecting is what we have done. Do they want VAT, as the other folk put it, at 12, or do they like it at 0? Is your light better? My light bill now is lower than it was under them. And you're going to look at the light bill, and you're going to decide. And minimum wage, the people who are on minimum wage, the question really for them is going to be, Madam Speaker, are you better off with minimum wage at what it is now, or are you better off with minimum wage at what it was then? That's what you're going to have to answer according to St. Barnabas. And Madam Speaker, the answer should be obvious. And the one thing that I agree with St. Barnabas on is that the Bahamian voter should look at their lives, should look at their country, the people in the Family Islands, for the first time major road paving projects. They need to sit and look and see, is my life better? The persons in the islands that are having systemic problems addressed will have to look and see, is my life better? Because, Madam Speaker, we say you choose progress, and choosing progress is terribly simple. It's very, very simple. And Madam Speaker, before I close, part of the progress is this. I will ask to table the Commissioner of Police's policing plan for 2026, because that is more progress. And not because the Commissioner of Police is a female, because she just happened to be the best man for the job at the time. But because, Madam Speaker, when you look at what has happened, when we properly staff the police, when you properly, Madam Speaker, equip them, when, Madam Speaker, you properly put in technology, you can get results. And when you take, Madam Speaker, all of government, all of society approach, you will get results. And so, Madam Speaker, the choice is clear. In every category, there has been progress. And the one thing, Madam Speaker, that everyone knows is what is the opposite of progress. And so that is why, Madam Speaker, we ask that the public choose progress. And Freetown supports all 5 of the resolutions. And would, Madam Speaker, wish to table the Commissioner's policing plan for 2026 and ask that you put the question.
Order the document before. Order document do lie on the table. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marcos City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before we wrap up, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to just put on the public record my acknowledgement of the work that has been done over many years by the member for Fort Charlotte, Madam Speaker. My comments, Madam Speaker, is not an attempt to give a balanced assessment of all that has happened in the House over the last 4.5 years relative to the member's contribution. It is in a very, very direct way to say that I believe he has made incredible contributions to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker, notwithstanding any exchanges that he and I would have had in this place. And I just want to put on the record how much we appreciate several things, Madam Speaker. One is, in a society that is very, very chauvinistic, he has talked about matters of personal experiences that were unfortunate, that highlighted one of the tragedies we have in terms of, Madam Speaker, violence against young people, male and female, and he's been prepared, in the face of ridicule, to raise these important issues and to sensitize us about how we should, again, care for, protect our children. The second thing that, Madam Speaker, that I thought was striking is his appreciation for the role that women have historically played in our country, the value of the women in our life, our daughters, our wives, our mothers, all of the women who help mold who we are. And when he says it, you know it's really not a patronizing set of statements, or he is appealing to the community of powerful Bahamian women, past and present. What he's doing is he's sharing what is in his core, Madam Speaker, and that is important because what it does for the men who are macho, who see themselves as being strong, it's a reminder that strength is not separate and apart from sensitivity, compassion, and appreciation for how we got where we are. And most times it's because of the contribution of the women in our lives and those that have molded us. And Madam Speaker, the other thing that has struck me over the years, I'm one of those who was stunned by how thoughtfully he's been over the years about where the country should go. And so sometimes you would hear me take a job and say, listen, put that rules of procedure book down. You have a book, in my estimation, that's filled with vision of the future. Let somebody else do that. I meant that. Because, again, there are many reasons why many persons end up here. I have no doubt that Alfred Sayers came here because he had clearly thought about some things that were not right in this country that he wanted to be a part of fixing, and that there were some opportunities that we have not yet seized in our generation, and he wanted to be a part of doing his part, but at the same time speaking to the future about what the next generation must do. And so on so many levels, and I think one of the wisest decisions he's ever made in his life and will ever make. He married one of the most incredible human beings that I know, a woman steeped in culture, an activist by nature, the most incredible, I would say, activist poet who's talked about our identity and challenged us to embrace the image that we see in the mirror. And so for those and more reasons, I want to say thank you for your contribution, your contributions over these many years. It is our prayer that you and your family, in the next chapter of your life, I know you will continue to serve the country, but that you'd be blessed in all that you do.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas the Grand Bahama Energy Company Limited is a company incorporated under the Companies Act 1992, Chapter 308 of the Statute Law of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, herein known as the company, bearing registration number 1501567. Now therefore be it resolved that this House approves that the government of the Bahamas, guaranteeing the repayment of all monies borrowed by the company under the loan agreement between the company and the bank in the sum of $80 million for the purpose of assisting with capital expenditure and working capital for the company. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The resolution is agreed. Further resolutions?
Yes, Madam Speaker, which one was that? That's the how much?
Which I have some one of these.
Which one? That's the wrong. That's one. Yeah. 200 million should be there.
Thank you, Larry.
I hereby move the following resolution that whereas the Grand Bahama Energy Company Limited is a company incorporated under the Companies Act 1992, Chapter 308 of the Statute Laws of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the company bearing registration number 1501567. Now therefore be it resolved that the House approves that the government of the Bahamas guaranteeing the repayment of all monies borrowed by the company under the loan agreement between the company and the bank in the sum of $200 million for the purpose of assisting with capital expenditure and working capital for the company.
Yes. Is there a seconder? I'll just go with this. It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas the Grand Bahama Energy Company Limited is a company incorporated under the Companies Act 1992, Chapter 308 of the Statute Law of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the company, bearing registration number 1501567. Now therefore be it resolved that this House approves the government of the Bahamas guaranteeing the repayment of all monies borrowed by the company under the loan agreement between the company and the banks in the sum of $200 million in order to acquire the purchased shares of the GBPC. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The resolution is agreed. Further resolutions?
I hereby move the following resolution. Whereas the Treasurer of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, hereinafter referred to as the Treasurer, a corporation sole established under Section 4, subsection 1 of the Ministry of Finance Act, Chapter 23, Revised Laws of the Commonwealth, Revised Statute Laws of the Bahamas, 2000, hereinafter referred to as the Act, is seized in fee simple in possession of the hereditaments, more particularly described in the schedule hereto, hereinafter referred to as the hereditaments. Now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to Section 5, subsection 3, subparagraph A of the Ministry of Finance Act, this House approves the conveyance of the said land in the schedule to the Minister responsible for housing for a nominal amount of $10 Bahamian.
Thank you, honorable members. It's been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas the Treasurer of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, hereinafter referred to as the Treasurer, a corporation sole established under Section 41 of the Ministry of Finance Act, Chapter 23, the revised statute law of the Bahamas 2000, hereinafter referred to as the Act, is seized in fee simple in possession of the hereditaments, more particularly described in the schedules there hereto, hereinafter referred to as the said hereditaments. Now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to Section 53A of the Ministry of Finance Act, this House approves the conveyance of the said land in the schedule to the minister responsible for housing for a nominal amount of $10 Bahamian. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The resolution is agreed. Further resolutions?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I've moved the following resolution, whereas the declaration of intended acquisition dated the 6th day of October, AD 2025, and published in the Extraordinary Gazette dated the 8th day of October, AD 2025, the minister responsible for the acquisition and disposition of lands, the promoter, declared that it was his intention to acquire the lands described in the schedule thereto for a public purpose, namely making land available by way for sale, lease, or otherwise for the housing of persons of low or middle income and for uses thereto related. Now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to Section 5, subsection 3, subparagraph A of the Ministry of Finance Act, this House approves the conveyance of the said land in the schedule to the minister responsible for housing for a nominal amount of $10 Bahamian.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded the following resolution be agreed. Whereas by declaration of intended acquisition dated 6th day of October, AD 2025, and published in the Extraordinary Gazette, dated 8th day of October, AD 2025, the minister responsible for the acquisition and disposition of lands, the promoter, declared that it was his intention to acquire the land described in the schedule thereto for a public purpose, namely making land available by way of sale, lease, or otherwise for the housing of persons of low or middle income and for uses related thereto. Now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to Section 53A of the Ministry of Finance Act, this House approves the conveyance of the said land to the minister responsible for housing for a nominal amount of $10 Bahamian. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The resolution is agreed. Further resolution?
Yes, finally, Madam Speaker, I move the following resolution. Whereas the Public Hospitals Authority, PHA, is a body corporate established under Section 3 of the Public Hospitals Authority Act, Chapter 234, which is responsible for the management of the hospitals known as the Princess Margaret Hospital, the Rand Memorial Hospital, and the Sandlands Rehabilitation Center. Now therefore be it resolved that this House approves the government of the Bahamas guaranteeing the repayment of all monies that may become due and payable in respect of principal and interest by PHA under the credit agreement as amended, including the increased commitment of $35 million.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas the Public Hospitals Authority, PHA, is a body corporate established under Section 3 of the Public Hospitals Authority Act, Chapter 234, which is responsible for the management of the hospitals known as the Princess Margaret Hospital, the Rand Memorial Hospital, and the Sandlands Rehabilitation Center. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House approves the government of the Bahamas guaranteeing the repayment of all monies that may become due and payable in respect of principal and interest by PHA under the credit agreement as amended, including the increased commitment of $34 million. As many that are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The resolution is agreed. Further resolutions? Thank you, Honorable Member. We will now revert back to the order of business. Member statement, appointment of select committees, instructions to select committee, discharge of select committees, notices for future meetings.
Notices on behalf of the government.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Sinans.
In the name of the opposition, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House on its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, April the 8th at 10 a.m.
Thank you, Honorable Members.
Oh, sorry, Madam Speaker. I would propose, that's a Tuesday. The 15th. Wednesday, April. Yeah, that's after.
Yeah, that's the 8th.
Oh, the week after, sorry.
April 15th?
Yes, Madam
Okay.
Speaker. I rescind that, and I move that the House on its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, April the 15th at 10 a.m.
Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, 15th of April, 2026 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment.
And I now move, Madam Speaker, that the House do adjourn to Wednesday, April the 15th at 10 a.m.
Is there a second? Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now stand adjourned to Wednesday, 15th April, 2026 at 10 a.m.